And if you'll silence your cell phones, we'd appreciate it, please. The March 17th, 2014 Special City Council meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online at the back of the meeting room. If you do not submit a card, it does not preclude you from speaking under public comment or citizen participation. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. For possible action, discussion regarding City of Las Vegas strategic priorities. Ms. Fretwell. And again, if you have not turned off or silenced your cell phone, please do so. Thank you. I didn't have that here. Excuse me, Ms. Fretwell, because my papers, I just read and follow. I did not get to our public comment, which was on page, wait one second. You have page 4. Thank goodness for my Mayor Pro Tem, Anthony. Okay, we are going to go to public comment. During this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute.
Really? Who did it?
I did not call for that.
Stairways
and exit the building. Do not use the elevators, but proceed to the stairways and exit.
We have exits on either side of the room. I would recommend you.
Yeah, and then they fixed it.
Good morning, Mayor. How are you? You doing okay?
You're in your green, yes.
But Jason.
Is Lois here?
Yes. Okay, here we are back reconvening. I told Seth Shore outside, it's a heck of a way to start off our meeting this morning. And I blamed, well, I wouldn't blame David Riegelman for sure, for a little PR for the hotel, but it's great. So we were in public comment, and I guess if there's no one else that'd like to speak, I'm going to close the public comment. And now... Okay. All right. So now, Ms. Fretwell, your turn, please.
In here, Mark.
We're going to break for lunch.
With your permission, Madam Mayor, I'm going to be a really poor Betsy Fretwell fill-in. Good morning, everyone. My name is Puna Mather. That was an interesting beginning to the morning, right? So a couple things just to get the day started. I cannot imagine that there are many people in this country meeting today on St. Patrick's Day when in the room they have their Consul General from Ireland in the house. So, Terry Murphy, there she is. Welcome. Today's going to be a really, really interesting day. And I don't know what that exactly means or where we end up, but I think we can pledge with complete confidence that we will deliver interesting today. A lot could happen, a lot will happen, and we're grateful for all of you, to all of you for being here. Let me do a little level setting in terms of what the day will be consisting of, if that's reasonable. And I hope you all picked up the piece that was waiting for you at the door. So we have done a welcome. There was this beautiful special treat of the fire drill, which isn't in the agenda, but we've certainly ticked that one off. We're going to go into, Betsy's going to recap for us the first session so that we can all sort of be anchored in a foundation of where we've just come from. Then we are absolutely delighted to have an American icon, really is who he is, and he is in the house. And so I'm going to save, I pulled out my thesaurus to get the superlatives that were appropriate for an introduction. I'm going to save that, and we will hear from Secretary Cisneros, moving in at 11:30 to really allow the council to flesh out and declare some of the priorities within each of the strategic imperatives that are a product of our first session. And then by the end of today, what we hope is that we will take the strategic priorities and you will prioritize them so that we as a city and by extension maybe as a community have some direction set by you that will all engage us as a bandwagon of success. So if without any more, Betsy, you ready? Okay. Here's Betsy Fretwell, wearing no green.
I know I blew it this morning, that's for sure. Well, good morning, everybody. You know what? I think sometimes day two of these kinds of sessions create quite a bit of excitement and helps create a lot of perspective. The last 3 weeks have given us an opportunity to really reflect on some community conversations that occurred at the West Las Vegas Library 3 weeks ago. There were some things that I heard as a result of that day-long session. One, that the topics were compelling, that the speakers were extraordinary, and there were a lot of people in the audience who participated in some of those community conversations that had no idea what the city does well. And I think people were generally excited about the prospects for our city as a result of that conversation. Looking from the inside out, the city perspective, we see it every day. I mean, I'm in a totally different position than many people in our community. I know the mayor and council are in a totally different position than many people in the community. We are entrusted to provide a certain level of service, and we're expected to do it very well, and we're supposed to do it efficiently and effectively. And we do that. And so some of the information that I'm going to share with you this morning is a bit of a recap, but I think it's really important for us to keep in perspective what we're doing well and stay focused on what we heard from those community conversations, what we know intuitively as leaders in this organization, and what we know our community has told us through this community survey that we take the time and effort to ask. And it wasn't always that we did those. We didn't start these community surveys till about 5 years ago. We didn't start having conversations about budgets and prioritizations and things like that with our community until we were in the throes of a recession. And just by way of reminder, we're not necessarily out of that recession yet. We're recovering, but I wouldn't say we've recovered. But as we grow back, it's vitally important that our elected leaders, our civic leaders, our other municipal and regional government leaders, people like Sheriff Doug Gillespie, have a conversation with us today about what some of those regional priorities are and what our community priorities are, because we've come a long way. But I just wanted to share a few statistics with you about where we are, because I personally feel like we're at a key turning point for our city. And as I mentioned, while we still have some of the residual impacts of the recession, we're at that place where we're restoring services and we're expanding services. This is the right time to have this kind of conversation in our community. It's the right time for our council to take a step back, set your sights on that horizon, and tell us where you want us to go. I think some of the data that I'll share with you shows you that once you tell us that, we are darn good at it. We are really good at it. And that kind of clarity is very important to us to be able to be as successful as we can possibly be for you, to not disappoint you. As the mayor and I were talking about this morning, you never wanted to disappoint your parents when you were a kid. That was like that was way worse than being sent to the corner. That look of disappointment. None of us as staff want to disappoint you, and we certainly don't want to disappoint our citizens. And in order for us to make sure we don't do that, it's critically important that we know where you want us to go and what the key priorities are for our city so that we're sure to focus our efforts on those things and be very good at it as we go along. You know, and it's not an easy road because, as you all know, our revenues are still way down. I mean, our property tax revenues are down 35%. That may be better than some other places, but it's still down from the peak. We have our sales tax is not completely recovered. It's still down about 10%. And our full-time staff still remains down 19%. So we're doing a lot with a lot less. A lot with a lot less. But I'll tell you what, we refocused our efforts and we did some really good things during the recession. We streamlined, we restructured, and we created new approaches to our programs. We invested in infrastructure, sustainability, economic development, and redevelopment. We focused in on jobs. In our own way, we worked on our own rebuilding plan, somewhat like a federal stimulus, but in a city of Las Vegas kind of way. We've had some incredible new successful private ventures in the downtown area, and we're starting to see a resurgence in employment, although we're not back to our historically low employment levels. And today's a day to set the foundation for the next decade, in my opinion. This is really a critical piece of the puzzle for us to take that next step and make sure that those next steps, as we restore and recover and rebuild and add new services, that we're doing them in the right areas that make the biggest difference, the most noticeable difference for our community. So the question for today, really, in my mind, is what are we missing that other great cities have? What are we missing? What do we need to have to take that next step, to jump that next level? And I would tell you, I believe we're already a great city. But I also am a firm believer that you can't rest on your laurels. It's easy to do that. It's easy to get complacent. It's easy to think that you're great. But the moment you do that, you just set yourself back, in my opinion. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that we've been focusing in on for the last 5 years. The last 5 years, we basically had some form of every one of these priorities that council designated for us. And we went through a very intensive process of creating a report card for ourselves in this area. And we graded ourselves very harshly in these areas. We didn't cut ourselves any slack. We had an outside panel of people to help us define these measures, including Terry Murphy was the chairwoman of that committee for us. She volunteered, or was voluntold, I'm not sure, but she volunteered to do it, and greatly appreciate her help, and about 10 other people, including our own facilitator, Puna Mather, was a part of that committee as well. And we've done really well. I'm very proud of this report card. 3 A's, 2 B's, and a C. Pretty good stuff. It's in our human nature to focus in on the what didn't go right. I'd rather not dwell on that. Although those could be areas where we really want to seek some enhancement going forward to take these kind of scores to the next level. But when you look at how well we've done on comprehensive fiscal stewardship, community pride, and customer service, these are all things that are validated through our citizen survey, for instance. Our fiscal stewardship, you all know, I mean, we had our bond rating improved. When everybody else is going down, ours actually went up this year by a tick, as Mark would say, 1 tick. But I'll take it, because when I started as city manager, we went down a tick. So that means we've improved our position twice, which is a really good thing. So I think we're doing great things. In the safe and healthy city category, we did very well. we've done an incredible job of fighting fires. We've exceeded our target in keeping fires in the room of origin, for instance. We exceed our water quality standards. We're making great strides in certain areas, but I will tell you there are a couple areas that we didn't do as well as we wanted in that area. One is that we didn't do as well on our walkability scores. So connecting communities to commercial centers and jobs, we set a pretty high target. We didn't quite hit it, so that kind of dragged our score down a little bit. Also, we set a very high target for a cardiac save rate. We set it at 40%, and last year we didn't hit that 40%, so that kind of dragged that number down from an A to a B, those two things there. In organizational excellence, we did very well in that category. Drastic improvements in our employee survey scores. We had a little bit of a lag in our response rate, and that's what dragged that down to a B. But for those three categories, we probably would have had A's in every one of those areas, which I'm very proud of. So attainable, yes. I think if we pulled the fire chief up here now, he'd say that cardiac save rate is probably close to that 40% right now. Is that right, Chief? 44% this year. So we've made adjustments to try and improve there. And then in thriving and sustainable business, I'm telling you, Bill Arndt hated this score, hated this score. It wasn't because we didn't perform in catalyzing private sector investment. We did. For every dollar we spent, we got $19 worth of reinvestment by the private sector. I'll take that any day. Our target was $10. Where we were dragging a little bit is in people living downtown. People living downtown. Because that's one of the things that we felt was critical to restore community pride and community engagement. We also had a bit of a failing, if you will, in volunteerism. We dropped way off in how we performed in volunteerism in our community. A couple years ago, it was a little bit higher, about 3 percentage points higher. We set a very high target of around 30%, and we're operating at around 22%. So I would suggest to you that we've done pretty well in these categories. We've got a whole report there for you that we put out about a month and a half ago that Maggie Plaster and Debbie Phillips and many others in our organization worked really hard to put together with the scorecard committee. And I think it's a very important document for us to reflect upon today. But let's talk for a moment about what our citizens think. And we hit on this, of course, it was at the end of the day at the last session. Blue is good. Blue is good on this map. And we have a very high general satisfaction rate. Very high general satisfaction rate. Where we trailed were in the areas that are not directly in our control. Now think about that for a second. Residents had an incredibly positive perception of our city services. I've told all of you this. Nearly 20 points higher than our metro comparisons, people of similar size. 20 points higher in our services. But when we started to get rated on things like metro, no offense, Sheriff, public schools, image of the city, quality of life, a good place to work, and a place to raise children, scores weren't so great. So those are perceptions, but they're important ones because those are the things that make people commit to our community. They're the ones that make people bring their families here, keep their families here, grow their businesses here, keep their businesses here. So it's not the city services that are lagging. It's how our citizens feel about our community that are lagging, with a nod towards Metro and law enforcement presence in our community. So how does that look? You can see that in every one of these categories, and I won't read them to you, but in every one of these categories, we were right at or surpassed other large cities in these categories. I'm very proud of this. I think it speaks volumes about what we're doing. I mean, look at how well we're performing on doing what we say in a timely manner. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. So how do we make sense out of this? There are three categories that I'd like to go into because this may help you as you set some of your priorities. This first category is the area where we are meeting or exceeding expectations, where if you look at the level of investment, if you invested a little bit more, you're not going to move the needle much. You may remember that some of these scores were in the 96% range of satisfaction. So fire services, sewer services, EMS, parks and recreation, parks, and downtown development, people say we met or exceeded their expectations there. So additional investment may not get you much better performance there. However, that doesn't give you license to let yourself off the hook here in these categories because there's an expectation that you perform well in these services. There's high expectations, and we met them. So other areas that we performed with a little lower level of importance and had a little bit lower satisfaction showed up in building, code enforcement, communications, and customer service, which is kind of interesting because we exceeded the norm on customer service. So this is where you start to get a blend of what did you actually experience with what is your perception of experience. But nonetheless, because these are of lower importance to the respondents, by investing a little bit more there, you may not see the kind of bang for the buck for the investment. And then the areas where if you invest a little more or you give it a little more focus, you're going to see higher scores in your citizen survey results in the coming years. So the quality of our police services, economic development and job creation, and maintenance of city streets, which we had some robust conversations about in between the meetings, are all areas that, based on the survey results, greater focus in these areas would yield higher satisfaction rates. So if you roll forward and you think about the things that we discussed at the meeting on the 25th and afterwards in some of our private briefings, individual conversations, here's how things kind of lined up. Just as a recap, we categorized the things that we heard in those conversations in two different ways. One is this concept of a strategic imperative or potentially a priority. So the categories that landed on that were transportation, education, healthcare, law enforcement, arts and culture, our downtown core, and then economic development in general. And then what we described as operating principles, meaning we should be applying these to everything we do on the left side of this slide, were sustainability, technology, expanding the brand, and partnerships and collaboration. Those are more of the how-to things. If we're going to be successful on the left, the things on the right need to be integrated into our approach. So our challenge today is really to identify those priorities that will make our city great into the future. And I have to say, as your city manager, I feel blessed to have this position and to be entrusted with this role and responsibility. I couldn't work for a better city. And I know there's a ton of employees out here that are part of this today. We have a great team. We have great leaders. We have great employees. We have incredibly committed citizens. We are in a unique place at this point in time in this community, in this region, where people are looking for leadership. And we have it. We have it in you. And they have faith in you. And we're excited about the prospect of that future. And we want to help get there. So that's what today is about from my perspective. And I'm really excited to hear the conversation, to participate as you need us. We've provided you a lot of information, and I know it might be a bit of information overload, and there may be more that you need as we go forward. But nonetheless, we're excited about the conversation, and we're ready to go. We're ready to roll up our sleeves and get going. So with that, I'll turn it over to Poonam, and we'll go on to the next speaker.
Oh, go ahead and clap for her if you want. You're allowed to clap for her. Well done. That was a lot of information, and you got a round of applause. Granted, they all work for you, so that was somewhat evidently shameless suck-up, which is a good reason, frankly, to break into spontaneous applause. I want to just savor for a moment a caramel that Betsy just threw out, and that is sort of this inflection points and where we are and the kind of leadership that you have. And she made an observation, and I'm going to just stand back because I represent one of those 2 million that call this place home. And I have for a long time. I'm not a city employee. I'm not actually a resident of the city of Las Vegas. And yet I care a lot about what happens to this place that is my home and is for the 4 children I claim their home as well. It is a funny thing, this notion of leadership. I had the gift of spending at least a quality hour with all of you. And I'm going to just call some of you out because some of the things that you said have given me a lot to think about because they teased and challenged my perspective. One of you, in looking out the window, looked at downtown, which is today a teeming, vibrant, dynamic place of possibility and rebirth. And what he was recalling, so I've just narrowed down that it's one of 4 of you, 5 of you, what he was recalling is that early on, being a volunteer in a program called Weed and Seed. And what he was recalling is that there was a city council 2 or 3 generations ago who had a dream and a possibility that they saw. And the action they took then was something called Weed and Seed. It was the act of going and picking up trash. And what he was recalling is being a volunteer picking up the trash. And now, 2 and 3 generations later, he is a city councilman looking out the window. And what he was reflecting upon was, thank goodness they took that step then. Because today I can look down and for my constituents, I'm delivering something that wasn't even a possibility, but for that action. I thought that was profound, so I offer that. Another one of you said, you know what, sometimes maybe our job is to do what it is that our charter says. And what I relish so much is a diversity of perspective, because it is through the difference is in the way we see the world that when we come together, we will deliver much bigger the ideas that any one of us could ever come up with on our own, right? So I think there's a huge choice for you today. Betsy just ran through. You're getting thumbs up and gold stars by your citizens for doing the work you're supposed to do. Sure, there's places to improve, but that is about tweaking, not about transforming, right? And so I think that there's this choice. You can say, this is what we do, and continue to do it, continue to improve it, and you will be setting and continue to set the gold bar for how government runs in this community. And that's a wonderful result. By itself, that's a wonderful result. Or sometimes we are in a moment where we're not sure why we're here or how it came to be, and it is. And I would observe as a resident 30 plus years that there's a moment right now where you've got an additional asset that you may not have had before. And that asset is that people believe in you. People in this community believe in you. There's something, it's, I'm going to use a really pathetic description, but you remember the show, the movie When Harry Met Sally? And there's that scene in the restaurant. And we all look and we say, we want what she's having. Do you remember that? I mean it in a fancier way, but I apply the same concept. There's a community that is in need of leadership. And when we look at the city of Las Vegas, here's what seems to be the energy that you're emoting right now. We went through hell and back, and you didn't just survive, you thrived. There's something quite electric and magnetic about the culture within 3,000 employees. There's something quite spectacular about the collegiality and the diversity that is showing up as a strength among the 7 of you that are elected. So is there a possibility? So, at one point you can declare we do chicken and make the best darn chicken. And that's a really beautiful result. Or you can say we've got this additional asset. We didn't plan for it, we didn't ask for it, but we possess it. And that is in the ability to inspire followership in others. And with that asset, what else might you create? And is there a possibility that 3 generations from now, a city council member will be looking out the window and seeing something that represented a seed you planted that will be fruit born for their constituencies 3 generations later? I don't know any of those answers, but man, I'm so grateful that we are here today with all of you to explore some of those questions. And so here's our kickoff hitter, and we couldn't do any better than this. It's just as perfect. So I'm going to start at the beginning. Henry Cisneros started his commitment to public service officially. He probably did it before that as a 5-year-old, but officially almost 40 years ago. 4 decades ago, when he was elected to serve on the city council in his hometown of San Antonio. That was in 1975. After a couple of terms on city council, citizens elected him as mayor, which, and see if this sounds familiar. So the year is 1981. He's just been elected mayor, and here's what he was getting up in the morning and thinking about, and probably getting up at 2 in the morning and thinking about. How can I rebuild the city's economic base? How can I recruit convention business? How can I attract high-tech industries? How can I increase the level of tourism and work to bring more jobs? Does that sound familiar at all? I know, right? That's what I thought. He was, after 4 terms as mayor, he was then picked to leave a larger impression on the national stage, and he was appointed to serve by President Bill Clinton as a member of the cabinet, of his cabinet, becoming the 10th Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. He is credited, and that was in 1992, he was credited with initiating the revitalization of many public housing developments and with formulating policies in this nation that contributed to him achieving the nation's highest ever rate of home ownership. Since then, he has he is only active. I think he is maybe even hyperactive, I'm not sure. So he's remained very active in housing development and urban revitalization. He serves on a bunch of corporate boards. He has authored, edited, collaborated on several books, is an in-demand public speaker. After he left public office, he then went on to serve as president and COO of the Spanish language network Univision. Did that for 3 years, ending in 2000. Then formed, at the time, American City Vista, today the company that he is the executive chairman of, called CityView, specializing in urban institutional investment, which finances commercial and residential developers, more than $2 billion in transactions from 45 projects, 30 markets across 13 states. And I think he might be the smartest man I'm ever going to shake hands with, because this gentleman has got 20 honorary doctorate degrees and not a nickel in student debt. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Secretary Henry Cisneros.
Great. Budam, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind words of introduction. Thank you for your role in having me be here today. I'm appreciative to Mayor Goodman, to the city council members, to city manager Fretwell for the invitation. Thank you very much. Sheriff Gillespie and other public officials who are present, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm honored. I'm also grateful that Poonam introduced me and actually pronounced my name correctly. I have been called Henry Sclerosis, Henry Cisnerosis. The worst, I guess, was I used to have to go to the National Press Club to deliver what they call the State of the City speech, and it was covered on C-SPAN. And a lady called back that afternoon, and she said, "I'd like to take issue with something the secretary said on C-SPAN." I was Secretary of HUD at the time. And she said, "But I can't pronounce his name. I think it was something like cheese nachos." Believe it or not. So to be introduced correctly is a treat. Thank you very much, Poonam. I'm going to get right into my remarks, and so that we can leave time for questions, because I think that was part of the program here, and I think that would be the most valuable part of what we do. Let me just begin by saying that you have my respect on 5 years of handling the effects of the recession and being one of the poster children for the recession across the country, with the foreclosure levels and the unemployment levels and the resultant fiscal challenges and the great difficulty of dealing with deficit financing. But I also want to congratulate you on the process that you're going through now, taking stock and asking questions and setting priorities. I went through the 2 things that were sent me in advance. One was the metrics, which are very, very impressive, and the other was the citizen survey. and I want to just pick up on a couple of the points that the city manager made a moment ago. First of all, on the metrics, congratulations on the increases in job growth, in commercial growth, in the ratio of private to public investment, in the new business formations, and in the construction activity, all of which is generating good fiscal returns with a general fund surplus, with expenditure controls, with actuarial liabilities under control. So good progress from the depths of the recession, from essentially a kind of a stalled economy. Congratulations also, the metrics reflect for good work in customer service ratings, things like code enforcement and development services, community pride, a sense of volunteerism and pride in the community, and quality of life considerations. I did note, to be perfectly fair, about the metrics that there were some areas of deficit, and one of them that shone through in Las Vegas, as it does in many other cities, is the educational attainment and performance assessments in the public schools. Very critical, and I'll say a word more about that in a little bit. With respect to the survey results, you got really good responses on quality of neighborhoods, quality of city services, particularly fire and emergency medical. People seem to be very satisfied with the parks. Not as strong numbers with respect to police, code enforcement, and street maintenance, which you've established as priorities. But I thought that the most interesting thing about the survey results was, as the city manager reflected earlier, ratings on things that the city is not directly in control of, but that are critically important to the sense of well-being and prosperity of the community at large. So the ratings were not as strong on things like a sense of direction for the community, an understanding of diversity, and particularly diversity of opportunity. Economic development and jobs was a clear sore point in the survey, and again, the quality of the schools and assessment of education. So it is very clear that you have placed some priorities on economic development, on policing, and on street maintenance, and those are good priorities for the city government. But what I'd like to do, and forgive me for being a guest who is not always here to bring plaudits. I was asked to come and raise some issues and maybe suggest lifting sites in key areas, and so I have to be very honest with you about some of the things that I see. I just finished a report with the Urban Land Institute and another with a group called Praxis Research that measured cities across the country. And Las Vegas, on the Urban Land Institute report, which was 8 sets of metrics, 4 of which were economic and 4 of which are demographic, out of the 51 metropolitan areas that they ranked in America according to what they called economic vitality, Las Vegas ranked 38 out of the 51. Worse, however, is the Praxis report, which was done for Forbes magazine, which looked at 52 metropolitan areas across the country, and that report had Las Vegas ranked 51 out of 52. Number 52 was Detroit. Now, I know, really, you look at those numbers and you say that just can't be right. You just look across this community and you see the level of prosperity. It could be that those numbers are reflective more of the last several years because they span the last decade and they cover, the progress over the course of the last decade. So there's a lag in those numbers. But what they seem to suggest is there's a larger kind of challenge here. And it really goes to the point that the citizens made in their survey. The question of direction, the question of diversity, the question of economic balance, economic diversity, economic vitality, and the question of the schools. So forgive me for bringing the message that I bring, which is this. Though I compliment you on the process you are going through, my assessment would be, and this is a guy who's been to every one of the 50 states in the United States as Secretary of Housing and visited over 200 different American cities in an official capacity on the job, getting to know the mayors, local officials, and the communities. My assessment would be you're not thinking big enough. I would say that you need to really think where is Las Vegas going that makes it the healthy, balanced place that you want it to be? And that's bigger than looking just at some municipal services and grading municipal services. Now, you could say, look, you got a ranking that says we rank 51 out of 52, but that's because of the economic crash. And my response would be, well, you were so vulnerable to the crash because Las Vegas has an economy that is not balanced, that is not diversified, and it will happen again unless you think much bigger and create a kind of a different vision of where Las Vegas ends up through this process. And again, you might say, but look at our new investments. We're investing in infrastructure, in sustainability, in downtown, in the tech sector. We have a new headquarters for Zappos. We have public projects like a performing arts center and museums. We have arenas that we're discussing, including the Cordish Project and UNLV and MGM Resorts. And I would say, but those, even taken as a whole, don't represent enough of a turn in the direction that the citizens noted in their survey responses, because they're dealing with something different than grading municipal services. They're feeling the sense of the community as a whole and what its capabilities are to sustain a long-term economy. So again, they question direction, diversity of the economy, balanced jobs base, schools, education, and training. So now let me share with you some thoughts of what I have observed across the country, because there's a lot of other cities going through this same kind of thinking and same kind of analysis. You're not the only ones that are attempting to think about the future. Let me make just about three kind of key points that are like insights, if you will, that I'd like to leave with you. The first is cities can be masters of their own destinies. They're not just driftwood tossed out on the seas of economic change, but cities can consciously, intentionally set priorities, establish consistency over a long period of time, set goals that are bigger than just services, and achieve them. The leader in this kind of sense of how cities do things was Dallas in the 1960s. They had a great mayor named Eric Johnson, and he put forward the first goals program for an entire city called Goals for Dallas. And on the basis of that, they did things like decide they needed to replace Love Field and built DFW Airport, which is now makes them a hub for the world. And on the basis of that, they've become a telecommunications center and a banking center and an arts center and many other things of a very large scale, but they did it intentionally. Another city with that kind of intentionality was Denver, under the leadership of my friend, Mayor Federico Peña. And on their watch, on his watch, they expanded their own airport, built a new airport. They developed their convention center. They developed the River Platte area, South Platte River area. They brought the Rockies to town, into the neighborhood they now call Lodo, lower downtown, and built a very, very they built a new Denver, basically, kind of declared they were going to be the capital of the Rocky Mountain Empire, and they played that role. San Jose, California, was orange groves 40 years ago, and then has gone through several iterations, again, intentionally. Technology and ties with Stanford University have built a technology center that then spawned a generation of social networking companies. And now we're seeing the same kind of intentionality applied to the biosciences, where they're creating medical device and biosciences companies. And as a result, that entire region, San Jose, San Francisco, the entire South Bay area, are, I would argue, either the most prosperous economic region in America, or at worst second after New York. But they've got a long-term balanced economic base that continues to just create tremendous economic opportunities. Boston, under Mayor Menino, not only enhanced its technology base based on the great educational institutions that they have there, but then they spread it to average folks and neighborhoods through something he called the backstreet strategy of expanding economic opportunity into the neighborhoods. And I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish in San Antonio. We're a very poor city, a city with a large minority population. And the city had been very conservative in its thinking about its future. And so over the course of the last 30 years or so, we defined goals for that community that involved principally expansion of the jobs base. Not welfare, not social services programs, but expansion of the jobs. Which then, as we got good at bringing in jobs, we're able to be a little bit more selective and focus on higher income jobs. And now we have a mayor, Mayor Julian Castro, who's taken that logic of 30 years of sort of mainstream thinking, one mayor after another, consistent for all of those years, and has added a different cut to it, which is human capital and educational investment. So cities can do these things intentionally and make a big turn. I would just say to you that on that Praxis research, and I'm not saying this in a bragging way, but in that Praxis research analysis that I mentioned where Las Vegas ranked 51st, San Antonio ranked 2nd after Austin. And on the other one, the Urban Land Institute that measured investors' interest in the community, we ranked number 14 out of the 51. So here's a city that's been poor, a city that was really, really in the dregs of kind of backwater of economic development, and we ranked number 2 and 14 on that survey. Cities like Dallas that I mentioned that have intentionally developed their economy ranked number 4 and 5 on those 2 surveys. So the point that I'm making is cities can understand a direction and set it. But it requires another kind of decision, and that is that you have to lift your sights to a new role for city government. It's not just municipal resources or services alone, but I contend that the new role for city government in America, in places that want to be progressive, is as the orchestra conductor of an orchestra. It's not just city resources, but it's all of the elements of the orchestra have to be brought together, and the role of the city leadership is to be the conductor for this larger set of resources. It's almost like being a traffic cop in the middle of an intersection and making sure that private resources and university resources and school resources and philanthropic resources and foundation resources and governmental resources from other levels of government, state and federal, all of them moving in the same direction, following the same goals, moving in the same current, right? But it's much bigger than just the city government as city government. Now, the city government is important because it's the largest voice. It's the largest set of resources. It's the most manpower. And because in most cities, including in Las Vegas, the mayor is the most respected governmental figure in town. So the mayor has the biggest megaphone, the biggest voice. And mayors across the country and city leaders have recognized that this is the new role. You know, Mayor Daley in Chicago, the first Mayor Daley in the 1950s, was called the greatest mayor in America. In fact, there's a book that lists the great mayors of the last century, and Mayor Daley was number 1 as the strongest mayor in the country. His son became mayor in the 1990s, and some people who know Chicago well would say the second Mayor Daley was better even than the first Mayor Daley, because the first Mayor Daley was about city services and political patronage. The second Mayor Daley got it in terms of how you take all these resources and capacities and move them in the same direction. This is not an issue of liberal or conservative. It's not an issue of Democratic or Republican. The most conservative cities in the country, like Dallas, are cities that have understood this model, if you will, of how city government performs today. And by the way, that's a city manager form of government as well. It's not relevant to having a strong mayor like Chicago. It's just a community decision, a community consensus about using the resources in a broader vision. Which leads me then to my second point or second insight, which is that cities have to know who they are. You see, cities, these things we call cities, these living organisms that sit out in a community like Las Vegas sits in the desert here in the middle of the west of the United States, are part of a network of other cities, a network of other economic functions. And they live or die, they survive on their fundamental economic function. And so it raises questions like, what do you do? What does that make you? Who are you? Well, we know that Las Vegas is an entertainment magnet in the American West for the country and for the world. But that, in and of itself, is not enough, as the recent recession showed. Tourism and gaming need not be the sole function of Las Vegas in the system of cities. You can do that and remain that, or you can think about tourism and gaming, which is a massively important industry and function, right, as the basic platform. This has been your good fortune to get you to this stage, and now you have to decide how are we going to use that prominence, those resources, that capital, to take us to the next phase that allows us to be a more diversified place, so that the kind of recession that hit here because of the unbalanced economy, because it's so tied to the rest of the country's economic prospects, that when the economy of the country declines and tourism and gaming decline in the process, Las Vegas gets hit as hard as it does. It seems to me a great responsibility to ask the question, where do we go from here? Now, let me just say, when you look across the western United States and you look at the system of cities, and where does Las Vegas fit in the system of cities, I mean, there's a lot of places in the West that are doing very, very progressive things. I mentioned Denver, for example, its commitment to the airport, its commitment to the convention complex, its commitment to education and technology. Salt Lake City developed its air hub role with Delta and used that to attract technology. Boise has become an enviable technology center. Phoenix started out with an emphasis on engineering at Arizona State University so they could build up their technology base, did it successfully, and now are doubling down in the biosciences, using special research capabilities at ASU to get them there. Albuquerque uses the base of the University of New Mexico and federal research and federal facilities to strengthen their economic diversity and move in the direction of technology jobs. Los Angeles is a special case unto itself, one of the strongest economies in the world, with this Pacific Rim relationship that they have that makes LAX the jumping off point to China and Japan and Singapore and Indonesia, etc. But they're using the entertainment industry there to generate what's called the new media, which goes beyond film and music to games and social networking, etc., and becoming one of America's premier exporters of what's called soft power. Not hard power, which is politics and diplomacy and trade, but soft power, which is human capital, brain power, culture, etc. Los Angeles is a wonder to behold, and I think it's going to be very strong for a long time. And San Diego, just to the south, has doubled down in the biosciences with the Scripps Institute and the University of California, San Diego, which is one of the best biomedical investments in the country. And then I already mentioned San Francisco, San Jose for technology. Well, why do I mention these? Because my point is Las Vegas fits within that system somewhere. Today, Las Vegas is entertainment, gaming, right, with some technology, headquarters and other things. But as I said before, I don't think the turn is enough. Even the things that are being done today are not enough to build on the platform that is created. Which leads me then to the third and final of these insights, which is not who are you, what does this make you, but the forward-looking questions. What do you want to be? What goals do you want to accomplish? What do you want for your citizens? What do you see as your responsibilities and obligations for the next generation of citizens of Las Vegas? Those are hard questions because they require a city to ask the big issues. What do you want Las Vegas to be? In San Antonio, we decided in 1983 that we were going to focus on jobs. We were so poor that the only way we were going to bring people together was to focus on jobs, and we organized ourselves for economic development. We built a private economic development foundation. And in recent years, we've taken that private foundation and made it the umbrella for about 15 public and private institutions, all of them meeting every month and working assiduously to focus on the big picture questions of economic development. When I was mayor in 1983, I created something called Target 90 that would focus on where do we want to be in 1990. I picked 1990 instead of 2000. This was 1983. Because 2000 seemed like Buck Rogers, way out into the future. People couldn't even relate to it. But 1990 was 7 years away. About the time it takes to do anything of significance, like build a new freeway route, or put into place a new power plant, or focus on a convention expansion. Practical things like that. And so we had a lot of success with that between 83 and 90. The present mayor has a new initiative based on Target 90 he calls SA 2020. And it's asking the same questions, only now from the platform of what we'd already accomplished. And we're going on to the next level, which, as I have mentioned, is heavy on education and heavy on human capital. So, if you view the city government as bigger than a deliverer of municipal services, if you are, in fact, the orchestra conductor for the future economy of this region, then what tune is Las Vegas going to play? I would argue that the future of Las Vegas can be around three themes. One of them is new media, world-class entertainment, soft power, in the same way that Los Angeles has used its entertainment assets. This is huge for the country. It's the biggest export we've got in America now, which is this sort of cultural export that we do. You already have that reputation, so why not build on a strength that already exists? People can't start from scratch and decide to be something completely different. They build on what they already are. Secondly, you want to sustain human capital investment so that people who come here in the gaming industry, for example, can transition to other jobs by virtue of the quality of education and training that they get. And finally, you want to make possible a diversified economy that sits on multiple platforms, a stool with 3 or 4 legs instead of one, so that the next time the country goes into a recession of this magnitude, Las Vegas doesn't have to go with it, even lead it. Let me wind down here by focusing on just some closing kind of concrete specific points that I would kind of entertain if I were in your shoes. And again, forgive me for seeming to be presumptuous in my remarks, but you asked me here to say something and not just reread your survey or your metrics and do what consultants frequently do, which is borrow your watch to tell you what time it is. But I thought what I would do would just share with you some observations that maybe from my own experience. So here's what I would say to you. First of all, you have an overarching priority, which is to organize for a new form of strategic execution. In economic development, you have to have more than the city. You got to have 12 or 14 of the key players in this region all dancing to the same tune. And the city needs to be in the leadership of that process. The mayor and the leadership of the city council can be the principal voices, work through the politics, but there needs to be an understanding that this is more than just the downtown. This is more than just small business. This is more than just sort of economic development in the traditional ways. This is redefining an economic future for Las Vegas, and it takes everybody to do that, particularly the universities, the schools, et cetera. And then the second area of organization, which is a little bit more difficult because it's not within the traditional purview of city government, but no city can progress if its schools are not of a high quality. And that means it's higher education, that means it's accession to college, that means it's training programs, but a broad structure that says we're going to invest in our people. Because the only way we can build a future economy is by people believing that there's capable talent here to do it. So that would be my kind of overarching theme. Other concrete points that relate to your priorities. You're going to prioritize today between transportation, economic development, healthcare, education, and other things. So I want to offer you some thoughts about things that can be done. First of all, cities across America would salivate for your airport. You have people coming here from all over the world. You're not a hub per se, but you may as well be for the number of flights and the number of people who come from around the world. That is a basis for a future economy. That's what Salt Lake City did. That's what Denver did. That's what Atlanta did. They were hubs, but you have the same dynamic here. Only they're being used only to bring in people for tourism and gaming. You have the basic routes. You have the basic connections. So using the airport to attract more Zappos headquarters or logistics in the way that Memphis has done, for example, with FedEx, and Dallas has done with their cargo facility at Alliance Airport, is a critical priority, a transportation priority. Secondly, I would say you have another thing that cities would salivate for, and that is international visitors. Las Vegas is known around the world. This is not Boise or Kansas City or Nashville, all of which are great places, but they're not the image, the power, the drawing power of Las Vegas internationally. You can bring capital from around the world and translate that capital into doing some very powerful things here. So those are two assets that you've got that ought to be thought about in a different way. Translate them then into the tech sector. And by the way, the tech sector today is not just technology companies. I mentioned new media earlier, but very importantly, the biomedical, the biosciences. The Milken Institute in Los Angeles says the biosciences will be to the 21st century what computers and telecommunications were to the 20th century. Now imagine the immensity of change that we've wrought in our society because of technology and computers. What is ahead in nanotechnology, in pharmaceuticals, in stem cell, in DNA-related decoding is going to change the human experience. And some places are going to have those educational institutions, those research institutions, and others are not. And you are the most important metropolitan area in a great state, the state of Nevada, and ought to argue for more investment from the state university system in the capacity to build that in Las Vegas. The next point I would make is small business and entrepreneurship. There are very few cities in America, I don't know of one, and this is after putting some work into this in San Antonio, I don't know of a city that can claim it really has broke the code in terms of supporting entrepreneurs and building small business opportunities. But the trick here, I think, is not just to build entrepreneurship that supports the traditional industries, because then when they go down, so do the entrepreneurs. It's finding new areas of entrepreneurship, like the ones that I've mentioned in the biosciences and technology. But you have a highly attractive place that will attract young people, and they can be the floor under the economy, so that as other things are hit periodically, and they will, because the recession we've been through is not the last one we're going to have, you have a floor under your economic base. The next point I would make is the importance of education. I think I've already stressed the point, but you have a large minority population, generally speaking, and I say these words sadly, but wherever we have a large minority population, we also see the effects in the educational arena. Educational performance is less for a variety of reasons that have to do with the quality of schools in those neighborhoods, that have to do with the educational performance of families over time, but it's unacceptable because those populations are going to grow and be a larger part of this community, and therefore an investment in education is absolutely key. In San Antonio, Mayor Castro just got the people of San Antonio to vote themselves a tax increase, a sales tax increase themselves, in order to build what? A network of pre-K education. 4 major university campuses for pre-K education will exist in that city. And they will be the fuel that then allows these children to be ready to read when they're ready to go, when they're first grade age. Arriving at first grade, ready to read, ready to learn, and move on through quality mix of public schools, magnet schools, charter schools, etc., but a real strategy of concerted educational progress, including workforce and training. So let me close then by just reiterating a couple of closing points or takeaways. First, you have to think of the city government as a strategic leader. Lift your sights. You have the largest voice. You have the most respected leadership. When you call a meeting, people will come. When you say we want to work together and set some direction, people will follow, but it's bigger than the city government acting alone. Secondly, you have to organize many other resources, many sectors, many institutions, asking the fundamental question, what do we want to be? What do we want to be? You can be what you decide to be, but you have to decide. And that's the point of inflection that I think was being referred to earlier. You have a present base. It's an enviable one. You have momentum, you have attraction power, you have capital investment. Think of it not as more of the same going forward, but as a base for a diversified economy of the future. Using your airport routes, using your international capital, using your small business attraction, etc. And then finally, you have to mobilize other sectors completely different from the city government, like the whole educational establishment, the whole training establishment. These are big commitments. They cannot be accomplished instantly. They require consistency over time, a decade, decades, 25 years, 30 years. That's the time frame in which these changes happen. They require a consistency of consensus within the community that this indeed is the direction we want to go, and then the political leadership to deliver it over a long period of time, generations of leaders prepared and schooled to hand off the baton one to the next, because this cannot be done with fits and starts, changes in direction with every administration. It requires consistency over time, a kind of a central current of political belief and consensus within the community. But I do believe that Las Vegas is at a point of inflection. Las Vegas is in an enviable place and perhaps better prepared than any community I've seen in the country, with the resources it has, to move in a direction that makes it a model for the century, a model community that not only has come through a recession, but has understood its assets and decides what it wants to be for the well-being of its citizens. Thank you very much. I apologize for going on so long, and I apologize for anything that may have offended anyone, but I'm prepared to take any questions you might have. Thank you. Is there time for questions?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
your call. So whoever is going to moderate the questions, I'll be happy to come out here and
Go first.
Good, we've got a mic. Questions?
Is it coming from the audience? Is it just us?
Audience or council or,
You're the boss of us.
I
Whatever you
think
say.
if it's all right, because thank you first of all, Mr. Secretary, we certainly appreciate it, and Mr. Mayor and all your other titles, we're just delighted you were here, and I think you've really, your comments definitely resonated right here, because I think that's what we've been looking at and trying to get our arms around. All of this is so significant. So if we may, if it's all right with everyone sitting out there, we'll take one brief question from everyone that's here and then go forward from the public, if that's okay, and from our family. Go.
Secretary, thank you. The one study that you listed where we were 51 out of 52.
Yep.
Do you have specific items that you remember that caused us to be of that low in that study?
Yep. Actually, I don't have it with me, but what it did, can you hear me if I step out here?
Let me give you this. I think they're also trying to count.
It was done by a group called Praxis Research Group for Forbes magazine. The author was, I think, a well-known urban expert named Joel Kotkin. And he graded eight metrics. 4 of them were economic, like GDP growth, unemployment levels over the last years. And then he also had 4 demographic characteristics like educational attainment, in-migration, rate of in-migration, et cetera. Again, Las Vegas was ranked 51 out of 52. And you might say, well, over the course of the last couple of years, that's reflective of where we have been. our unemployment levels were high, our in-migration slowed, our educational attainment is what it is, et cetera. But I would say, while it's tempting to sort of poo-poo those kinds of metrics and say, well, they're unfair and they're not right, I think a smart community says, we got in that position because of what we have been, and if we don't want to repeat that experience, we got to do something different. So that's the way I would interpret that. There's no shame in low numbers at a point in time if you have a plan to work your way through it. That would be my point.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow?
But I can get you a copy of that report if you'd like to see it. I actually have it in my room, but I can send it to the city manager, and she can circulate it.
Great, thank
Yep.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow?
Mr. Secretary, I couldn't agree with you more in relation to what you shared with, you can turn my microphone down a little bit, what you shared with us today. I look at it from the 38 of 52 states and the 51 of 52 states as a clean canvas, a canvas that we can take up as a council and as a community and build on it, just as you shared in relation to all of the missing pieces as relates to what we are doing versus those things that we can do and do at a much better level. I sat here and took lots of notes, and I'm looking forward to the dialogue, Mayor, in relation to what we're going to cover today, because I have a lot to say as it relates to this topic. Because, as you know, over the last year or so, I've been asking the same question in relation to what does the council want the city to look like. And today we have an opportunity to share in that dialogue, and I have a lot to input as it relates to my thoughts moving forward in relation to what this city should and could look like if, in fact, we just continue to stay the course. And so my comment is more so a comment versus a question to you. But, just going back to the numbers that you threw out, I don't look at numbers as far as being low on the totem pole as being anything but positive, because you have nothing but a forward movement each step of the way.
I think the point you make is the point I was trying to make, which is the council should ask, not what do we want the city government to look like, but
That's
what
correct.
do we want the city
That is correct.
to look like? What do we want our city economy to look like? What do we want our region to look like? And while there might be a view that says, well, that's not the role of a city government. A city government's role is fix the streets, make sure there's enough police out, make sure we have a good responsive police department. I will tell you, the places that are progressing in America is where the city government has assumed a broader responsibility because it is the biggest voice in town. Because it's the only one that people will respond to when you call a meeting and everybody's expected to show from every sector in the community. When I was mayor of San Antonio, I had zero responsibility for the schools, zero. But we have a funny kind of arrangement in Texas where cities can annex and grow, right? And that meant we grew into 15 school districts that had existed. We had the poorest school district in the state and the wealthiest school district in the state in the same growing metropolitan area. And no, they didn't collaborate at all. 15 different school districts. Who could call the school districts together and focus on some strategy? The mayor. So I did. I thought I was going to get criticized for it. I wasn't, because people recognized instantly somebody needs to do it. So we created something called the San Antonio Education Partnership, where the Chamber of Commerce joined me in raising money, and we could say to every child in a San Antonio city limit school district, if you achieve a B average and 95% attendance, you're going to have financial assistance to go to college in your junior and senior year. A B average or 95% attendance in your junior and senior year. So it doesn't matter what you did as a freshman or a sophomore. If you get your head together and you prove up that you want to go to college and you're willing to make the sacrifice with the advanced knowledge that you need a B average and 95% attendance, we're going to raise the money and get you scholarships. Now, cities across America are doing it with municipal resources. Denver passed a bond issue. to put together scholarships
That's
to
great.
meet that kind of criteria. So what I'm saying is, you got to go beyond the limits and strictures that have been the traditions of city government, because that's not the way you build a city.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, can I be live again? Thank you. I'll be quiet, so you can assume I'll just put my hand over it and not talk all the time. Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Cisneros, thank you very much for coming to the city of Las Vegas and enjoying our beautiful weather here.
And thank
in
you for
Southern Nevada.
pronouncing my name correctly.
You are very welcome. I appreciate your comments, and I don't have so much a question for Ms. Fretwell or for you, but I do want to make some comments about both of your comments, because Ms. Fretwell, as you were making your presentation, I wrote down in big letters, regional issues. And perhaps it's my years of training with the Nevada League of Cities that Mr. Olivas has so graciously allowed me to access. Mr. Cisneros, you bring out some very good things, and I like this think bigger, because Betsy, you and your team and your staff members have done a phenomenal job getting us to where we are today. There's no doubt in my mind. Mr. Cisneros brings up some good points in regards to maybe we're not thinking big enough. And I put regional down because, Mr. Cisneros, we have a county that we live in.
Sure.
We are abutted to the city of North Las Vegas.
Yep.
We also have a great deal of relationships with the city of Henderson. And those four governments all need to be on the same page. I like what you said about the school districts, 15 school districts. I know my mayor and her passion and zeal for education. And I would love for her to have that ability to say, hey, Clark County School District, this is what we need to do. We're just not built that way. And I don't know how to get us built that way. I don't know how to get everybody in the room to have this discussion about economic development, about capitalizing on the assets that we already have. Our airport, for one. Our human capital and the citizens of this community. And I just can't say City of Las Vegas, because as Ms. Fretwell had that nice blue map up there of satisfied residents, it was only the City of Las Vegas.
Right.
It didn't include North Las Vegas or Clark County. They need to be in the room. And if she needs to stand on that soapbox and we get behind her to get this message to those other governments to play together and think together for the years to come, and I like what you said about 10 years, maybe 15, 20, 30 years from now, what do we want to be when we grow up? And I've often said that, but we're getting there. Maybe we're not thinking big enough, and I think we need to bring down these regional silos.
How you doing?
Ms. Fretwell, you've done a phenomenal job at that, as well as many leaders in this room, including our council members, in bringing down those silos. But we've got to see that in Southern Nevada, and we've got to make this a serious priority, as you did in San Antonio. Because you were at that point, and from what I've just learned from you, something had to be done. And it took courage and leadership to get you to where you are today.
Well, thank you. Let me make a couple of points. First, I want to commend the city manager, because she's obviously thinking more broadly than the city services. While her responsibility principally is for those things, and the priorities she's been given are principally about those things, I mean, her inviting me here today is an example of not being afraid to raise sights and think on a broader plateau. So I want to commend the city manager for the leadership in doing that. I think it's very important. Secondly, it may be that you need to think about something along the lines of the goals programs that I described other cities, and when I say cities, I mean metro areas, have done. There's any number of them. I mentioned Dallas early on. The first Goals for Dallas program brought together two warring cities, Dallas and Fort Worth. I mean, there are legends about how they didn't get along, and yet the result is an airport that they had to collaborate in right between the two of them that has changed the dynamic of the American Southwest, right? So, and I could go on and on. Seattle has done a goals program. Jacksonville has done a goals program. We're very proud of what we were able to accomplish in San Antonio, but we had 500 people involved in 12 task forces asking the big picture questions. And my admonition to them was, folks, come in and imagine what we could do together if we left our differences aside. Just suspend disbelief when you come into this room and think grandly about where we're going to be. When Federico Pena did the same thing in Denver, his mantra was, imagine a great city. Imagine. a great city. So if we can get past through some of these differences and silos, as you say, and sort of traditional divisions, and figure out how to create the moment in which people say, you know what, we've been through this, we don't want to go through this again, how are we going to create something bigger and different? It can be done. It's a big job, by the way. It's not cheap, because you've got to create some kind of a task force and some kind of staffing for it and sustain it over a number of years, but the payoff can be huge.
Thank you. I would like to ask you the question, since many of the comments you've made, we have been making small steps towards.
Yes, ma'am.
We also suffer from the same malaise of not having control over our education here at the city. We have started, and Councilwoman Tarkanian was at a funeral of one of our iconic gamblers and casino owners in town. So I know she just said, please say excuse me for being late,
Yes, ma'am.
but passionate also about education. We have started exactly what you said in the inner city schools, because it's from there that those little people get prepared, learn the English language, get prepared to become part of our educational force and have the skills to go into kindergarten. But the question that I want to ask you, how does one take, and knowing that we certainly at the city level, regardless of the bully pulpit of the mayor, and my husband 12 years before me, regardless of that passion, you do not, or you do, I know that Trinity University is in San Antonio. Is there a branch of the University of Texas in San Antonio as well?
Yes, ma'am. There's the University of Texas at San Antonio, which started out as a small kind of commuter school. I was on the faculty there in 1974. It is now 30,000 students, and the second largest in the UT system after the main campus in Austin. There's UT El Paso, UT Dallas, UT Tyler, UT in the Valley, but this one is now the second largest, and a serious contender for research funds. And we built an engineering school. Actually, on my watch as mayor, prioritized engineering. We needed to have engineering in order to attract technology jobs, so we went and argued for it and got it, and it's now a substantial engineering school. We have argued for a collaboration between our UT San Antonio and the Health Science Center, the UT Health Science Center, which we have, medical school, dental school, nursing school, which is hugely important because we can create, for example, not just mechanical engineering and civil engineering, but biomedical engineering, and have a linkage back over to the Health Science Center. So this is the new currency. This is the new infrastructure. You know, in the old days, a city could prosper if it could offer roads, water, electricity, some of the basics. Now, quality education, higher education, research institutions, that's the new currency.
And did you, if I may follow up, because I know everybody else has questions, but in that particular area, it's all part of the University of Texas system.
Yes.
And there are medical schools in different campuses.
There are medical health science centers, about, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them across the state. We have one.
Did you, in fact, lobby to your Board of Regents? How was this achievable?
Exactly that way. Lobbied the Board of Regents, organized our legislative delegation to go get it. You know, just to prove the point about the role of the mayor and the city leadership, we wouldn't have had that engineering school, but I personally went and testified before what's called the coordinating board to say, we need an engineering school. And they said, well, what are you talking about? And you're a poor city in South Texas, you know? And we made the case, there isn't an engineering school to the south of us for 100 miles. We need it for our economic development. They gave it to us, and then we doubled down and invested in it. And now it's a very substantial multi-track engineering program.
Thank you very, very much. And Poonam, let's, if we could then go to our audience.
Audience, it's your turn. Any questions?
I have never seen these particular people silent. What has happened?
Sheriff?
Director, I appreciate you coming.
You want to come to his microphone? Right there.
process standpoint, I would be interested in what process you used in San Antonio in particular to bring a cross-section of your governments together in regards to education, transportation, a variety of things, and what process you used to develop the consensus that you speak of today.
Well, there are the traditional multi-governmental, sort of cross-cutting institutions like the Council of Governments, the Alamo Area Council of Governments, the MPO, the Metropolitan Transportation Entity, Mobility Entity, the kinds of structures that have existed for training dollars, federal training dollars. But I think it's fair to say that what we did in 1983 with Target 90 was the first time that we went beyond government staffers, people in the bureaucracy, and brought in people of every cross-section, from the leadership of the community, the business leadership, the chambers of commerce, the legislators, the universities, educational leaders, etc. As I mentioned, in Target 90, we had over 500 people involved in 12 task forces. Task forces were with the subjects that you have: transportation, arts, international trade, public safety, etc. And asked each one of them, where do we want to be in 1990? Remember I said earlier, we started in 1983. I was reluctant to go all the way to 2000 because people would then, imagine that it was not attainable. It seemed so far off. Back then it seemed like a long way off. It was 17 years. So I said, what can we do in the 7 years between now and 1990? And people came back with very real, hard things. I think it ended up being like 140 recommendations. And when I look back, not by 1990, but more like 2000 or so, at what had been accomplished of those 140, literally about 130 of the 140 had been addressed in some way. Everything from building a dome stadium that we had no ambition we would ever have, to double-decking the freeway system in order to expand its capacity, to finishing off a nuclear project that we were stalled on and had established as a great political liability, to going after additional water because our water supply was not adequate, to adding airport routes and a second terminal at our airport, which is nothing like yours. Yours is infinitely more strong and capable, but good progress. So that was a big part of our forward motion, because it went beyond kind of government to larger goals that exceeded the vision of what governmental institutions alone can do. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm very proud of our police chief, Chief McManus, who's a critical part of the progress of our community, a really broad gauge guy who is a police chief of the kind of city needs for the 21st century. And I might add, City Manager Fredwell, a woman city manager who is equally tough on the fiscal issues, and who is the person who more than anyone took our economic development program, which was largely out of a nonprofit organization, business staff, business funded, and separately the city government and all its incentives and tax abatements and all the rest, and cobbled those together based on her experience where she was assistant city manager in Phoenix. Her name is Cheryl Scully, and she pulled that entity together. It's now a superstructure of about 14 organizations. Government, the city government, the county, the city public service power system, the water system, the transit system, the chambers of commerce, etc. About 14 organizations meet every month and have a clear sense of direction. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to go after new jobs.
That's great. Thank you. I think we've got time for one more. You get the last word, sir.
I'll take it. Mr. Secretary, I enjoyed what you had to say. When you spoke about your stint as mayor, and how you dealt with one of the biggest issues that we're dealing with here in Las Vegas and many other communities with poverty.
Yeah.
what levels of analysis did you look at when you had to approach, making the case that investing in that human capital would be beneficial, to the city at large? Oftentimes there's stigmas associated with that. So it's also that, and then kind of a second part question, your former boss, President Clinton, what did he say to you that made you want to accept the job?
Okay. Let me start by saying that it's a complex question that you raise about poverty. But one of my central kind of missions in entering public service as a city council member was to try to address that question, because our city was a very poor city. We were about 52% Hispanic at the time, about the 10th largest city in the country at about maybe 900,000 population now. Now we have 1.4 million population, and we're approaching 60% Hispanic. So the minority population has grown. The African American population is also significant. So the city is probably 65% or so minority, right? Maybe more now, right? So my point is, the minority population is going to grow because the demographics are what they are. Birth rates and age, household formations, all of that. But poverty is a very, very hard thing to get your hands around. San Antonio was so poor that in the 1960s, the Peace Corps used to send its trainees to the neighborhoods, to the barrios of San Antonio before sending them to the third world so they could get a taste of what they were going to encounter. We had neighborhoods adjacent to the downtown that didn't have running water and had pit privies. We had neighborhoods, they were called corrales, where people lived in poverty housing around a central pit system, right? We had streets without drainage so that people got flooded out when the spring rains came every year, completely flooded out, died. Houses washed away. I mean, this is the way our city was. I concluded from my training in economics and urban planning that you can't deal with poverty with welfare and income maintenance and social services programs. They have a place, but fundamentally you got to change the underlying economics of a community, the underlying jobs base. That's the only way. So we had to take a city that was very divided on whether it wanted economic progress. I mean, there were people who said, why do we want economic progress? We like wages low. We can get maids at low wages, right? It doesn't bring unions and keep the city leadership intact, right? So this was a big, big policy step for the city. We're going to be a city that goes after jobs, and in the process raises wages. And it's been a roaring success. I mean, we just basically have organized ourselves to go after every kind of job that we could. So we go after high-tech jobs. We have Microsoft data centers and Medtronic diabetes research centers that we've gotten in the last few years. But we also go after a ramen noodle plant. And when they open and announce 500 jobs, we have 2,000 people lined up for those 500 jobs because we still have a lot of poor people. So jobs, jobs, jobs. It's like a Johnny One-Note mantra in our city, right? And now we're sort of taking that to the next level, which is training and employment and such. So the focus on, I used to say, I meet with the developers when I was mayor. I'll meet with the developers, and people will criticize me for giving them the incentives for what they want to do, but my motives are different than theirs. They're doing it because they want to create profits and a successful business. I'm doing it because I want to create jobs and raise incomes. So it's all in the spin. It's all in the motive. It's all in the motivation that you're trying to achieve, but you got to find a common ground, right? Now let me just say, our city had great divisions on ethnic basis. I was the first Latino mayor in 1981 since 1836, which was the fall of the Alamo. And there were some mighty, mighty, mighty tough decades in between, right? We had community organizers come and threaten to, kind of tear down the structure. And we had business people who said, we'll never deal with them, et cetera. So a critical thing was to bring people together across ethnic lines. And that is a critical component of any progressive city today. When we did Target 90, as I was referring to, every single one of those 12 task forces and the superstructure had tri-chairs. A traditional Texan, white Texan, a Hispanic, and an African American. In every single case. 3 prominent people agreed to chair the entity. 3 prominent people agreed to chair each one of the task forces. And almost everything I did as mayor for 8 years was with an eye on how do we include? How do we include? Because it's real difficult to get people to agree on goals, big goals, if they're stuck on the question of whether they have a place at the table or not. When you get people to the table and you pay homage to the issue of inclusiveness and respect, then you can get to the next question, the important questions.
That's true.
Which is, how do we build the economy? How do we do health care? How do we focus on education, et cetera? So the question you raise is a very, very important one, and I hope I've given you just a little bit of insight as to how we approach those things. Today, San Antonio is one of the most inclusive cities in the country. There is no issue ever that comes up now that is ethnic or racial in character. The head of our prize, our flagship, which is our public service utility, the electrical system, is an African American. The head of our water system is a Latino, right? Many of our top business people represent all of the ethnic groups. People can live anywhere in the city today. There is no sense of racial segregation as there once was. It just doesn't exist. And my favorite example, when I used to go to the Spurs when we first brought them in 1975, it was a very homogeneous audience, people who could afford it, and most of those folks were white. That was the audience for the Spurs. You go to the Spurs today, it is a celebration of modern, diverse San Antonio, because people have some resources and they all get along together. It's just a new day, it's a new culture. So that's what I would say about that. President Clinton, he's my buddy. We go back a long, long way. I was asked to campaign for him. I did in 1992. Then they asked me to go on the transition committee with Warren Christopher and Vernon Jordan and a handful of people, 5 of us. And Warren Christopher, no, it was Vernon Jordan came to me one day and he said, you better decide what you want to be in the cabinet because he's going to ask you. I said, I didn't do it because I want to be in the cabinet. I've got a business and that's what I intend to do. He said, well, he's going to ask you. So I thought about it. And the president had talked to me about Secretary of Commerce or maybe going to the United Nations. I had just been in Los Angeles in that spring for the riots with Mayor Bradley, trying to help him. And it just occurred to me, this is my background. What I do is cities. And if there's a place I can help this country, it is in that arena, the cities. And as troubled as HUD is, and as bad a reputation as it is, if I'm going to go into a national administration, is to try to help in that regard. So that's why I did it. That's why I told him I would do it. Thank you very much.
It is so easy to understand why cheese nachos were named after you, sir. That was a lot of nourishment, and I know you need some other nourishment too. So we had homework assignments, right? Here's the buzzkill portion of the program. The homework assignment was all of you were to have written down some statement that answered the question, what kind of city do we want to be? Because after all is said and done, there's 2 million of us, all of us have an opinion, 7 of you have the job. So now what we need to get to is, what is your answer? So we're going to take a break. While we do that, here's Pavlovian theory at work. Maggie's already got the food coming in, so there will be boxed lunches available for all of you if you want to grab your lunch, right? And then we will maybe pick it back up in 15 minutes. So for those that did your homework, you get to go right to the front of the food line. For those that you did not do your homework, you're going to live my life and jam it and cram it and get it written and produced in the next 15 minutes. So we will reconvene in 15, which is when exactly?
5 after.
5 after. And please, one more time, it is an amazing thing when American Icon is in the house. And yeah, this is gratitude for you, sir. Yes.
Your mouth is full. But please keep helping yourself and get your drinks. And Poonam's going to take us to the next portion of our program, and thank you.
There I am. Hi, everyone got lunch? And if you didn't grab a cupcake, please do so. And they come compliments of the Honorary Consul General from Ireland, Terry Murphy. So when you see her next, you apparently had to leave because there's a lot. When you're the Honorary Consul General, there must be a lot of things that you must do on St. Patrick's Day. She's busy. So when you next see her, give her a hug or a high five or a Blarney Stone or something to express our gratitude. Okay, ready for homework report out? Look, they're all avoiding eye contact.
Yes,
Yes?
we're avoiding eye contact.
So, yes, we're avoiding eye contact, said Councilwoman Tarkanian. So the question was, what kind of city do we want to be? What kind of city do we want to be? And if it's okay with you, Maggie's going to write your responses, and we will then have them up so that we can use them for quick reality checks to make sure that we're tracking as we spend the rest of the afternoon. So whoever it is that feels like they want to go first, give in to that urge. Go.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, I've been working on my homework assignment for the last 20 minutes, so let's see what I came up with here. So what kind of city do we want to be? I guess my first comment on that is one of the things that we're constantly talking about, doesn't matter what topic it is, Mayor Cisneros brought it up today, but it's education. Everything we talk about involves education, workforce development. It's one of our strategic initiatives. It involves economic development, but when it comes to education, we kind of go around in circles. The mayor talks about it all the time, but our charter doesn't really say much about our involvement in education.
So we're going to we'll get to there. So here's what I want. Here's what all of us want, is your response to the question, what kind of city do we want to be?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to be a city where we are more involved in education. So I want to throw out a recommendation, something that I think we need to talk about, and it deals with how can we be more involved in the educational process, especially in Southern Nevada when it comes to workforce development. And it brings me to kind of my Board of Regents days. Because probably the best organization in Southern Nevada for workforce development, educating the people that want a job is the College of Southern Nevada. And there's a campus in Las Vegas, there's a campus in Henderson, there's a campus in North Las Vegas. There used to be, I don't know, the campus in Boulder City, there was one in Mesquite. I don't know if there's one actually in Clark County, but we really don't have any say about what happens at the College of Southern Nevada. So what I'd be interested in having a dialogue on is maybe removing that institution from the governing body of the Board of Regents and developing a regional governing body like transportation, like the RJC, like Southern Nevada Health District, where the cities and the counties govern that institution, because we're the ones that are really, we're the ones talking about what the cities are going to look like, the jobs that are being developed, the businesses that are coming in, and we, I think, are in a better position to govern that institution in order to develop the workers of the future. So I know the Board of Regents may not be too happy about that recommendation, but I think we need to have that sort of discussion. And how else is it that we can be more involved in the educational process in Southern Nevada? So that's the first thing I want to talk about when it comes to what our city should look like.
So let me play that back. In response to the question, what should our city look like? What I think I just heard you say is we want to be a place that is vibrant, dynamic, and successful when it comes to education, workforce development, all issues related to the human capital.
Right.
Okay. Then I heard you describe some things that for me are more about the how.
Right.
So I'm going to stop us from going
And
to how.
I know you yelled at me in my office when I started to do that.
I did not.
You did, yeah, you yelled at me in a nice
Now I
way.
hate you in public.
You know, and just like I brought up, one of the big things for our city is just, you know, the thing that we came in as an A is maintenance, making sure that our city is just maintained properly. You yelled at me because that's not a strategic initiative, but I just want to make it clear that that is a big deal for me, is the constant maintenance of our neighborhoods, our roads, getting rid of graffiti. We need to be on top of that all the time, even though that's not a strategic initiative. So
Well, it is.
I'll get off my
It
soapbox.
is. So stop yelling at yourself, because it is. I'm going to agree with you. And so let me play that back. What I just heard you say is, in addition to kind of being a mecca and a vibrant, dynamic place for education, I also heard you describe a future that is a city that's extraordinarily beautiful. Yes?
Correct. That's
okay.
correct.
So that answers the what do we want to be as a city. We want to be
Okay.
beautiful, and we want to be a place that is a beacon and a bellwether for education.
Correct.
Great. That's excellent. Good for you.
And one more.
Oh, and one more.
And the other area that we seem to talk about all the time is downtown Las Vegas. I mean, when you come up to wards 2, 4, and 6 specifically, because that's where I kind of represent that area, they're kind of pretty much built out. There's a lot of nice neighborhoods. Well, yeah, maybe a little bit, but it's more maintenance and making sure that place looks beautiful. The rest of the time, we're primarily talking about downtown Las Vegas. What downtown Las Vegas? What kind of downtown city Las Vegas do we want to be? We spend a lot of time discussing that, and things are happening down here. So the two areas that I see kind of materializing out of that discussion is technology and medicine. That seems to be an area that downtown is kind of pushing towards. Entertainment first, because we're always going to be the entertainment capital of the world, but we're seeing kind of a push on entrepreneurship in the area of technology and medicine, and maybe we need to focus our attention on that if that's where the business community, where people in downtown really want to go when it comes to jobs, when it comes to moving downtown. So I think those two areas, what does downtown want to look like? I think it's entertainment, I think it's technology, and I think it's the medicine, or it's biomedicine, research, that sort of thing. I think that's really kind of and those are going to create some outstanding jobs and businesses and new entrepreneurs. So
that's what you want to see downtown.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing, and and I think those are good things. If that's what we want to, I'm seeing the development towards that area, and I think that's a good direction to go.
So you believe in that?
Yes.
So if this were a child, you would want this child to be robust in education, beautiful, and dynamic, and forward-moving in technology, medicine, bioscience.
Correct.
So that would be the child you would want to raise. Okay, beautiful. That's what we're looking for.
May I, if I can, just quickly, I'm going to give 5 quick areas for building a world-class city. I come out of the heart of Manhattan. I know what we can do. I know we're empowered to do it, but there are basic elements to breed vitality and dynamism, because we already have the name and the brand. So it's specific to the city, but it really is global. Number 1, safety. This is just me. Number 2, first-class medical care and facilities, which provide, obviously, training and residencies and drawing people to this city who want to practice, but become world known for our medical care and quality medical care. The third piece, of course, is education, which is fundamental to everything, and that means pre-K through the graduate school program, with great emphasis on our universities going into research, but it's pre-K 12 because each piece has a part.
I think, actually, let me clarify. I heard you say kind of 0 to 20. It's peak 20.
Absolutely, birth to 20, maybe 22, let's make sure that we can get everybody out of the, but it's beyond that, actually, because it's graduate school.
Yeah, so,
It's beyond the 4 years of college. We need to concentrate first at the university level on the graduate schools, the research end. So it goes up to 24, 26.
Thank you.
Culture, you can't have a community of world-class vitality and dynamism without culture. The arts, and then I have to throw in sports, that's at the bottom. But I'm still passionate about that. But I think those are the elements, and so the city being at the core and the one that is world-renowned, it's the name Las Vegas. We are an area, and we should be known regionally. We should be able to pull everybody, but each one of these, if done well in first class, does nothing but promote jobs. Because I know we're tourism and convention business, that's here. Entertainment, tourism, that's basic to our success. So that's enough for me.
That's a beautiful city. I'd love to live in that place that someday is going to be impeccably safe. Will be first class in medical, all things medical care, research, education. I've heard all of that. Everything 0 to pre-K to postgraduate education, a vibrant and dynamic place offering arts and culture, and there will be some fun sports kinds of things in that city in the future as well. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Anybody else?
Now, my understanding was that we were supposed to answer the question, what would you want our city to be?
What kind of city do we want?
Right. What kind of city do we want to be? And I was supposed to answer it in one sentence.
Go, and
So
you did.
it's a long sentence. This is what I would want. A safe, diverse, attractive, easily traveled, culturally substantive, economically vibrant, collaborative city, having first-class medical care, where education and training opportunities abound, with an emphasis on technology and health sciences, and where people want desperately to live and play and raise their families. I added the desperately.
You're allowed to. It's your vision. Can I take that? So, because Megan's
Can I
a
rewrite? Oh, can
really
I?
fast writer, but
Okay,
she didn't get it.
I'll speak slow,
And
Maggie.
I want you to know that's a grammatically correct sentence from an ex-school teacher.
It is, and there's edit marks and everything right on it. So this is a term paper.
Yes, it
In a
is.
single sentence. Here you go, Maggie. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Who else?
I'll go.
Ready? Councilman Barlow.
Okay, Maggie, you ready? I'll speak slow.
Did I speak too fast?
No.
You just
But no.
We are ready.
Being that she didn't write what you said, I'm going to speak slower. Who's up? Betsy? A culturally diverse community built on progressive thoughts and ideals impacting the greater community by way of expanding the livable, the livable and economic opportunities regionally. Period.
A culturally diverse community built on progressive thoughts and ideals, impacting the greater community by way of expanding the livable and economic opportunities regionally.
Yes.
I feel like we should play Family Feud. Remember that? Good answer. Good answer. Oh, to all of you. To all of you. Who's next? coming down. There's only two of you left. Oh, you're still working on your homework? You're Councilman Beers.
My future government is a thought leader with functional infrastructure. For the city as a whole, which I see as a separate fate and a separate entity of just the city of Las Vegas local government, I think we need to become economically diverse, that many, if not most, of the specific sub-issues people are mentioning are a function of that or a contributor to that. Education being the contributor, cultural diversity, medical care, to support the community that surrounds it being the effects. As well, I think we have another problem with sustainable local government. We've seen in the last year, Metro has revealed that they're spending more than they're bringing in and are about done with their reserves. We've learned in the last 6 weeks that the health district is in exactly the same boat for another couple of tens of millions. And I'm concerned that having an unsustainable local government gives the impression to people who would make us economically diverse that we're not stable, and that therefore we're a risky place for them to locate their enterprise.
So the answer to the question, your answer to the question,
The
what
city
should our city
government,
be?
the city government would be a thought leader with
Well,
function.
it didn't have the word government in the question, so it was,
Okay, then it would
What
be,
would-
the city would be economically diverse with sustainable local government.
so economically diverse, but you did lift up specifically sort of a beacon, the city might be a beacon in education, medical care, and arts and culture, and be sustainable.
No, no. We need to become the city, the community of the future, which is bigger than the city of Las Vegas, if that's the question. I believe needs to become economically diverse and have sustainable local government.
So it's the community of the future.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. So I'm going to take a quick tangent. It was 1994. I was at the time employed at the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, and every year there was a new board president, board chair that would come in. And then they always came in with their own sort of 12-month mantra. And that one year, I think it was that year, John O'Reilly stepped up as the chairman. And so he is a guy that has big ideas. And my job on staff was to help big ideas. I did the work underneath him. And he was the longest year of my life because it was so many big ideas. And here's what he did. At the time, we were sort of looking 6 years forward to the city's centennial birthday. And so he had this observation. He said, if you look at the last 94 years in city terms, Las Vegas could legitimately lay claim to being the city of the century. And what he observed is if you look at any other city throughout the history of time and evaluate how much any city had done in the span of 94 years, there was no one that could boast what Las Vegas had accomplished in that span of 94 years. And then he went on to challenge, to help, I guess, to prompt us to think about. He said, now that we've got the trophy for City of the Century, the question that remains to be answered is what will our community of the future be? So I just love that you used the same term, right? You just said, what is the community of the future? And it was a long year because he was way ahead of his time. So when he said that stuff, people just glazed over, and he said it for a year. So it's
I still have, I still possess a book on urban planning that John gave me that year.
oh my gosh, look at that.
I read it too.
You were the one that read it. That's so great. Does this capture it? Super. Councilman Ross? Mighty Casey you are now.
The pressure's overwhelming. I don't know, I don't start writing, Betsy, until you feel that there's something worthwhile to write. But I think everybody can easily see a pattern. We've gone over all of these things in nauseam at our last retreat. We've talked about this, certainly you and I as my city manager, even before you were city manager, as deputy city manager, we've had these conversations. I've written one word on my notepad here that really stands out in my mind, and everything that we as elected officials and everything that you as community leaders and support staff should be focusing on. And Mayor Secretary Cisneros kind of hit it on the head in regards to his process and thinking in San Antonio, and it's jobs. Everything we do, every decision we make, we have to be mindful of jobs. Because it's a job, and it's a good paying job that's going to catalyst this government, and this community out of the recession. And I believe it starts with cities. You know, our federal government's one thing, our state government's another, but it's going to start with leaders that sit at this table with me around the country that make difficult decisions based on one word, and that's jobs. And that is, and Betsy, I'm disappointed that our business, when you put your report card up there, the business stuff was like a C, rated a C. That bothers me because we've gone leaps and bounds in the past 9 years that I've been on this city council about how we deal with our customers and our clients, the business community and the residents that live here. We have gotten over that big bureaucracy. We're not that. We are a lean, mean machine that really serves our clients. Business licensing, plans check, permits, you name it, we're doing it. Code enforcement, we're doing it. And Betsy, not because of us. We had that vision and kind of guided and directed you. It's you that assembled the amazing team members that you have to get us there. We're not done. There's the pattern. I'm looking at our sheet from our last retreat. It's all the same stuff. Now what do we do with it? Well, I'm going to say this to you. We can't do it alone. It can't just be the city of Las Vegas. Is Henderson here? Is Clark County here? Is the chamber here? I see the RTC. Raise your hands, girls. The RTC's here. They're represented. Is North Las Vegas here? That's what I'm saying. This is, and mayor and council members and staff, and Betsy, your team, Poonam, if it needs to be the city of Las Vegas driving and being the leader with this message to the entire community of Southern Nevada, the 2 million people that you are part of, Poonam, then that's what we need to do. And I think it starts right here today. I think we've got that vision. We have tested systems and programs that have worked. Here, throw a few more things up there, Betsy. Transportation is a #1 key element in my mind. Absolutely transportation. You can applaud RTC? That's what I'm looking for.
They applaud themselves.
I say that on a regional basis because the Secretary mentioned our airport. Man, we got the best airport in the world. Don't you think? We got the best. Can you get to it on a train, on a rail, other than jumping in a cab or a bus? Boy, I love the buses. Don't get me wrong. And that's what I'm saying. And transportation and mobility. And let's talk about the 40 million visitors that come here every year. How difficult do we make it for them to get to their hotel, to their convention, to their meetings? I'm sorry to rant and rave, Poonam.
If we go 30 years from now, what will the city look like?
It'll look just like that. Every one of these priorities, transportation, education, healthcare. I'm less concerned about art and culture, don't be mad at me. The downtown core is going to take care of itself. If we focus on a couple of things, big things, out of the box things, jobs and transportation, if we just focus on 2 things as a city, in 30 years, what would our city look like?
And that would be the city.
That would be the city.
That's the kid you want to raise.
That's the golden city right there.
Okay, that's it. We got it?
I'm going to do homework very well.
So,
And could I ask a question? Because I asked you, and this to me today plants the seed for tomorrow. And so one of the things that I have heard repeatedly asked at City Council by council persons today, who are we and what do we want to be? Do we want to be Bourbon Street or do we want to be family? I know you've been in that same boat, but the question is, we're world-renowned for what we are and what Secretary Cisneros, look at me, I gobbled on that one, identified. Who are we, what do we want to be? And that's a question whether it's for the tourist and visitor and whether it's for us, the resident. There are 2 areas that I see separately, but the question is that we have always paused and waited for a discussion. Who are we? Are we Bourbon Street or are we in fact family? And I don't know if you can ask that in addition to this, but I think it really helps. One, we need visitors and we need tourists, and the rest of us live here.
And if I might,
Of course you might.
what the mayor says is extremely valid. I just wanted to back up a little to what Councilman Ross said. And I think he's very right about we all have to work together. But I believe that on the council, as far as our wards working together, we've done very well. And as far as our city manager and all of us as council people reaching out into the community to be collaborative, I think we've done very well. Now it's starting to churn. But the problem is this, the protect your own self philosophy is there still too often. And to do what you want to do, Councilman Ross, needs to get these other entities involved. Now, for example, North Las Vegas has its own needs, and its needs going to be all of our needs. I'll give an example. On the Health Committee, on which Councilman Beers also serves, we had this big thing that came up with the health board suing the county. And it was due to the fact that the state had given 3% of the tax monies to the county health department. Then when it came up, the county said, no, you can't have that. You can't have your budget that you've made out that fits that. You can only have 1.5% or whatever they said. It wasn't the 3. So the county said, no, we need this for people who have health needs. So it went to court. All right. We thought we were collaborating. We've just reached a decision after a court battle. And even before the decision is in the papers, I noticed in those meetings we all went to that were done by the Strong Committee, that were done by the last time. What do you think came out on that? They want to look at the health committee, they want to look at the health district to see if it should be changed, to see if it should come under probably the county totally. Well, what does that do to the members who are on it that are Mesquite, who are, and that's what I'm trying to say. We still haven't got past that point that people aren't thinking of, let's protect our own silo. And then the little guys are there waiting to see what the big guy's going to do.
So I want to put up a stanchion, if I can, with as much respect as I can muster, put up a stanchion that prevents us from going to the what is currently, the what is wrong, the what will be difficult. Because Lord help us if we only base our dreams on what is possible, the level of convenience, the level of viability. I just came in this morning, and Maggie, I'm going to use you as an example. I just learned this morning that Maggie has declared out into the world that she's going to complete a triathlon. And this weekend, what's that? I just declared it to the world. So that she's going to complete a triathlon. That is a bold, audacious declaration. And good thing, had she actually sat down and thought of all of the reasons that it would be difficult, she probably wouldn't have done it. Had she listened to all of us that opined with how incredibly impossible it would be, she wouldn't do it. If she Googled the people who had died doing a triathlon, she might have been paralyzed and never done it. And so I just want to create this stanchion for this purpose just today.
And
That we sort of heed the challenge.
No, and I'm not saying don't go for the challenge. I'm agreeing fully with what Councilman Ross says, absolutely fully. What I'm saying is don't be foolish to think that some things don't exist that still exist. We have to find other ways to address them. We have to have other ways to make sure that they are where we need to be. But as far as what you're saying, and he said, I back that totally.
And we will work on the how, and it won't be March 17th. We will work on the how, and it won't be March 17th. So today the goal is not the how we will get there, it is the where do we want to go. Because absent a beacon, absent the clarity of the address, there is no journey that's possible.
But I'm going to agree with you, but we've got it clear. We've got a good picture. We've got a good picture in our books from the last meeting where this city needs to go, but we can't do it by ourselves. We can do it all day long, have the best plan in the world, but if those other governments and those other government agencies are not with us, we're not going to succeed. It's going to take us longer to succeed.
And you're absolutely right. And in your strategic plan, I'm not sure how you commit or compel anyone else. So the part that you can own. And I will also, I wish Brian Knudsen were here, because as I was listening to Secretary Cheese Nachos talking earlier. That's just so cute. Brian Knudsen is an example for you, I think, of the fact that you're doing it. Brian Knudsen has got zero statutory ability to do with any of the schools that are in downtown Las Vegas. He has zero impact or influence, not influence, zero authority to make a single budgetary decision on behalf of the Clark County School District. And yet what it is he has galvanized and mobilized people around a vision so compelling that they are choosing different behaviors because they're so compelled by it. And so the part that in your strategic plan, which is what we're working on, the crystal clarity of a vision shared by 7 of you is the place that we got to get to, right? So I agree, there are some strong themes up here, and it's on 7 pieces of paper, right? Until we can get it on a Post-it note or in a, right, so we're getting close, I think, we're getting close.
Okay, it's interesting listening to everybody, so I'm kind of trying to wrap myself around this question. So I guess the way I'm looking at it is when people eventually, in the future think of Las Vegas, they're really thinking about 2 areas. The first, the Las Vegas is basically the core of Las Vegas and then the rest of it around it. So the rest of it around it, when I want people to think of Las Vegas, I want people to think that it's a great place to live and a great place to work out in that area. So like the mayor said, it's safe, it's beautiful, you can educate your kids there. That's why I think we need to be more involved in education stuff, actually in our charter where we're involved in education. So people, today when people think of living in Las Vegas, it's kind of bad. They think of bad things. So I want to change that. And then we have the core, where the core has really been neglected for a long time. I mean, I remember working as a police officer downtown. It was all pimps and hookers and drug dealers. Nobody cared about downtown really. Well, that's changed the last 10 years, really, with Oscar Goodman kind of started. So we need to focus on the core. And I think focusing on the core involves the entertainment aspect that we already have, making sure that's there, and then the technology and medical part. So when people think of downtown Las Vegas, they're thinking it's a great place to go have a good time, whether it was, like the mayor mentioned, this bourbon family. I think we can do both. It's kind of a time, place, and manner. I think you can come downtown with your family and have a great time at a certain time, place, and manner. And I think it's a great place to come down and party at a certain time, place, and manner. I think we can do both of those. And then the other thing, when they think of downtown Las Vegas, they're thinking of this is a place where high-tech, small companies are sprouting up and headquarters. And then the third thing is this is a great place to come and get some kind of medical attention. There's some medical research going on here. There's bioscience stuff. So people are thinking of those 3 things, not just a place to come down and party. And that means people are going to be living down here. People need to be able to get around in downtown Las Vegas. Like, I think we need to have some kind of a trolley system downtown where you can drive down to a certain spot and then jump on the trolley and go to the Smith Center and then go to La Comidas and then you can go to work and go to your house, and you don't really need a car down here. You're jumping on this free trolley that takes you around everywhere you want. So that's what I want. I think that's kind of where I'm starting to, and maybe there's an arena down here for sports, So it's kind of the outside of Las Vegas and the core of Las Vegas.
So
it's kind of how I'm starting to look at it.
I love how you just parse that out, because it's giving me a visual that maybe we can use to explore a little bit more deeply. Because what I heard you say was distinction between downtown as a core and downtown the non-core. So, and then I heard you define that Bourbon Street, Main Street, they can coexist, and you used a conjunction that made that true, and that was time, place, and manner. And so if the 2 coexisting require a conjunction that is time, place, and manner, maybe they don't coexist. And so maybe that's the clarity that the mayor is offering or suggesting that we probe, right? What is the time, place, and manner? Because if we say we are Bourbon Street and Main Street without clarity in terms of what that means, either in the downtown core or in the residential or the non-core, they don't coexist. I would observe that they don't coexist. If you say to me we're, a beacon of healthcare, and you're going to see adult activity, they don't go together somehow. So that's the tension that I'm hearing you.
And at what limit does Bourbon Street go? To what expanse, if that is what we're going to continue, if that's what there is consensus on, to what extent that will bring tourists, that will be able to sustain the residents around going forward. But I know this has been a conversation.
And that has been something before us as a council, is how far do we go with downtown? Towards a Bourbon Street or towards more family-oriented? That's been a big question. I'm just emphasizing what the mayor said.
Well, and so, Betsy, you should give her a raise, because she's a great city manager. I tried, Betsy. They didn't sort of
She's
do anything
storing the peanuts. We have a little basket for her.
She gets
She'll
the
get
extra
it in time.
cupcakes. You can take the extra cupcakes home. Here's a suggestion, because we want to now focus on the strategy. So if you are okay, the suggestion we would make is let's keep going, and then we're going to park for a minute this question, which is a pretty salient and to the heart of what we want to be question. Let's come back once we understand, once we get to consensus on the priorities, let's come back and then flesh out clarity on this Bourbon Street family dichotomy relative to those strategies. Fair? Feels a little iffy? Feels a little unsure? Trust me and go with this?
You're leading it. You're our moderator.
Then here,
What I've asked Maggie to do is just to put up the 7 that were on the slideshow earlier that came out of the last retreat conversations. Right. And out of our conversations between the last retreat and today, so that you have those as a reference point. So we're putting those up right now. And then what I suggested to Poonam is that you've got some identified themes in your 7 statements. So what I thought we could do is kind of ping off of what you've already said, see where we agree, and then go from there. Does that make sense?
Well, and I would add, too, it's very common in step keeping with our Southern Nevada legislative meeting of last week. They were the identical same issues that they're looking at for 2 years out with the legislature, except for one that I can't see because Maggie has long hair. The downtown core was not on their list.
Yeah, it was. On whose list?
The legislature.
Oh, no, it wasn't.
Okay, so with what I circled in purple on your vision statements, I felt was related to economic diversification and economic development, for lack of a better way to describe it. And you could throw downtown into that, in my opinion, but that may be too overly broad. So if we pull those pieces out, and I may have drawn a little too broadly on yours, Councilman Beers, but if you pull out jobs, downtown tech and medicine, entertainment, medical care, technology and health sciences, economic opportunities, and economically diverse, you're really starting to frame up an economic development strategy for the city that includes downtown, but also addresses that diversification that you're talking about. Does that make sense? So, let me just take a stab.
Your mayor waits table. Good. Do we tip you?
while she's doing that, these 7, just as, oh, you're so sweet.
My background has table waiting.
Let's give the mayor a raise.
You get a raise.
Let's get a mayor a raise.
I think you need a bigger gavel. Huh? Just to remind everyone, and for those of you that weren't here the last time, these 7 represent the major themes that were offered by all the flip chart ideas by the almost 150 people that participated in the first strategic planning session. So the way that we operated that day is that there were panels of presenters that, whose intention was to try to tickle people's thinking. And then we broke into groups of 10 and everyone just put up ideas. And in response to the question, how does what they just said apply to the city? And what might we do with it? And so that represented 7 or 8 pages of double-sided transcribed notes. And then the staff went through, looked at those notes and said, how can we bucket them? What are the themes that we heard? So these 7 actually were sort of a product of that process. And then ultimately, so on parallel tracks here, we're going to try to get something declared that is the consensus or shared vision of the 7 of you in response to the question, what do we want the city to be? And this then is where we want to go next. So before the end of the day, before you can get out of here and play on the playground, here's what we're going to try to accomplish. Is under each of these 7 is to have you brainstorm the 2 or 3 things that in the next little while, 3 to 5 years, we should do with excellence. Okay? So, given what our vision is and what we want our city to be, what are the 3 things that if we did with excellence relative to transportation would put us on a trajectory to be that place, right? What would be the 2 or 3 things that if we did with excellence relative to education would put us on a trajectory to be that place? All the way down. What are the 2 or 3 things in healthcare? So we want to brainstorm your ideas around those 2 or 3 things under each of these. Once we do that, then the final activity is to then have you prioritize on this list of 7 the things that you believe are the most important topics to focus on going forward. Because here's the, part of what we've all discussed is it is really, really difficult to be excellent at 7 things at a time. And so practically speaking, we can't be excellent at 7 things at the same time. So the quest to do so is to set yourself up for something less than full success, right? And so if we can agree that there are 3 to 4 priorities that we want to grab hold of, 3 to 4 priorities that we will build our strategic plan around, 3 to 4 priorities around which 3,000 employees will mobilize, then you've got a real shot at being excellent. And as a process that we thought that it made more sense to brainstorm what are the things that we need to do under each of these as a way to inform your decision about which ones are most important. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So just tag teaming on that, you might consider this as an example of what needs to happen in each of those categories. Because all I did was take your words from your sheets of paper over there and drop it under economic diversification and economic opportunities, all right? Now, this may not capture the whole area, but you can this is a way to validate whether that priority potentially accomplishes what you want in the long run, the change you'd like to see. So this is just an example of taking what you said and organizing it in a different way to begin to define a potential priority area. Does that make sense?
Well, look,
Yeah.
there you go. Right.
Yes.
That's exactly what. You can just turn my microphone down just a little bit. Thanks. Right there. What you have there, you're right on point. If you're looking to capture the economic development and basically pull out or extract the elements, I believe you've done that from the technology, medical care, health sciences, entertainment, small business. All of that falls and encapsulates economic development. So that within itself, coming from everyone on the council, I believe that would solidify the economic development. That most definitely is one specific area that this council is concerned about and the direction that we're moving toward. And so if looking at it moving forward, I believe what you're trying to do is figure out what are the top 3 or 4 items that we can do in the same light as economic development, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So does this for all, thank you. So I would ask all of you, and we could just do it this way unless we want to do hanging chads and stuff. Does that sheet answer for you the question, if we could do 2 or 3 things with excellence relevant to economic development, here's what we would do. We would hit some big, long, big bell hard relative to technology, medical care, health sciences, entertainment, small business. Does that answer it in a place that feels right to all of you? That's your answer.
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Okay. Were you just tweeting?
No.
Oh. Instagramming? You're very high tech. Okay. That's one down. Let's take education next. So the question now is, what is it that we should focus on in education for the next 3 to 5 years?
Fully fun.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh,
A couple other people that, we have some staff expertise that we thought might be helpful in the conversation as we talk about these different topical areas, so you can ping off of them. They'll sit there quietly, but, you know, they may be able to help talk about what we're currently doing, what we have explored doing. You may not want to be bound by that. You know, you may want to talk about things that you think absolutely need to be happening in that area that we haven't even explored. So, but I think Steve and Lisa, and who else was?
when experts, subject matter experts, come on up.
I don't see Allison Seraphin here, but she was.
She was not here.
on the list. Okay. All right, well.
And so I know,
I just want to add something to what you guys have already asked of us, Poonam. I would recommend, too, that we think big, as the mayor's secretary has suggested in what they did in San Antonio. Think big, because I still think we're thinking too small.
Amen,
We got to
bro.
think out of the box. We got to
Amen,
think
bro.
great big, something we've never done before.
think big. We're thinking big. Boom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Wait, I'm going to come over and do a high five. It just feels like I should have. So, go for it. Think big, Councilman Ross.
What are we on, education?
Lead us off.
You don't want me to say this.
Go ahead, say it.
We have the 5th largest school district in the country. And that being said, and everyone knows that our education system is pretty dang bad. I mean, and I've got, my daughters and sons are considering taking their kids and putting them in one school or another based on Clark County School District levels. You know, I'm a firm believer that perhaps we need to rethink education in Southern Nevada entirely. Maybe there should be a Las Vegas school board, a Henderson school board, a Clark County school board. And I'm just throwing this out there, Mayor, because I know you have your own thoughts on education. But what we're doing is not working. And we keep doing it. What is that definition? Insanity. Thank you very
Doing the same
much.
thing over and over again,
So we're
expecting
doing the
different
same thing over and over, expecting different results. And I'm sorry. I'm a product of the Clark County School District. Well, many of us are, actually. Product of the Clark County School District. And, you know, I did okay, but a lot of that's parent-driven as well. But you can't put all of the responsibility on the teachers or the principals. But I think all of Southern Nevada has to look at education in a different way. We are no longer the city where I can drop out of high school and get a valet parking job and make $70,000 to $100,000 a year. We're not that city anymore. It doesn't work that way. So I think regionally, we need to rethink education and really focus on it. And I say that because I experienced, my wife went to New Jersey, schools in New Jersey for a while. And she said the atmosphere about education on the East Coast is totally different. Many of you may recognize this already because you've been there. I haven't. I'm in Las Vegas. But the atmosphere and the attitude towards education is totally different, but it's a community thing. It's not the way your parents raised you or raised me. It's the entire community on education. So we've got to totally redefine the way we do it, the way we promote it, the whole 9 yards. I mean, because that's key to the success. It's part of those 7 items that is key to our future success.
And Councilman Ross, I'd just like to say, as someone who's been in education a long time, what you're saying there is maybe we have to look at a totally different way. Maybe we have to do something totally different. I believe it's true. I used to believe we could build from what we had. And I think a long time ago, Carolyn and I had a discussion, and I ran for the school board, and she started a private school.
And I will tell you, she did far more with her private school than I was able to accomplish and I tried, I really tried. And some things I did were good, and I left, and 2 years later, they were gone. So education is the strongest, oldest bureaucracy in our country. And we are not going to be able to make a change until we break up that bureaucracy. And it continues to exist today. It continues to exist in who gets advanced and who doesn't get advanced, and how we pay attention to parents. My Lord, when I was on the school board years ago, we had somebody, and we asked them, are you checking them out? You know, are you going through the police files and everything when we had a problem? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. But what happens? Years later, the same thing's happening. We need more money, I believe, in education. We have to start earlier, preschool, and we have to have full-time kindergartens, but we have to have more money, and we have to be accountable, because we're not spending all that money the way it should be spent. And anyway, you were right, Carol, and I don't know if I ever told you that personally before, but you were right. We was at a luncheon we were at.
So I want to paraphrase back. So I want to make sure that we're hearing and capturing and continuing to move on, right? So redefining the school district is a very specific outcome. And if there was a way to get to stellar results in education, would you really care whether it was broken or not? Broken up? No. So it's not about the breaking up. It's about the doing better. So I'm hearing that properly. You're both saying that?
It is about the doing better, yeah.
It is about doing better. And I also heard, though, something really powerful, and that was the general valuing of education as a community. Okay. So I would observe that it is not within any of your job descriptions, nor will it ever be, to actually define the CCSD. Don't own that. So let's not frustrate ourselves by even thinking that we could, right? However, you could say, in response to the question, if in the topic of education we could do with excellence 2 or 3 things in the next several years, hey, if 2 years or 3 years from now this community were differently engaged in the topic of education, like, would you have done something around achievement?
We're on a path to that with our request to Brian Knutson to pull together preschool education and English as a second language instruction, which
And I
we're
would
already
make that
into.
observation. I would make that observation that
We
you're
started.
already started that, right? So let's figure out a way to define that.
Okay, let me point one thing out that just came to my mind. From the mayor's pulpit, and she's not a bully, but I'm going to call it from the mayor's bully pulpit, and we as a council supporting this, we can promote the importance of education in our community. We have nothing to do with the Clark County School District, but we can certainly talk about it, promote it, and hold accountable those school board members, Councilwoman Tarkanian, certainly hold accountable Pat Skorskowski or whoever the superintendent is of schools. We can promote it, and we can talk about it, we can highlight it, because I don't know how to emphasize to the community any other way, unless we're not promoting it.
And I would say,
The importance of it, I mean.
I'm going to turn to you guys for like 30 seconds a piece in a minute, but I want to make sure that you're aware of what you're doing at Downtown Achieves. So Brian Knutson has no ability to tell Clark County School District what to do. He does not.
Right.
What he has done incredibly successfully is to convene and make really clear that student achievement needs to get better. And he is driving people to that in very tangible ways. Not because he's compelling them, because they're choosing to behave differently.
But let me
because of the
add to
conditions.
that, it was at our behest that we focused on the weakest link. So by example, and with his wonderful personality, and draw to different total community members to make something happen. One key, though, before you go, it's not more funding, it's more funding properly allocated. We have been dumping more money into this school system for the past 35 years, and we continue to get down each year. Every year, we have gotten worse and worse throughout the state, and it's making it more funding, but only if properly allocated. That's the key.
It is, yeah.
So can you just share some of the very tangible things that are going on? So we're going to let Heidi say.
Lisa Morris Hibbler. for the record, Deputy Director of the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Department. So with respect to the Downtown Achieves, as Poonam stated, we are incubating a collective impact approach. That means we're bringing people from cross disciplines to look at what we can do with education. And we're enhancing education in 7 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 2 high schools. And the significance of that is they're feeder schools. So we're working with children from pre-K all the way through the 12th grade. And so I think that's really something that we should be proud of, because for so long when we've had these discussions, it's been, well, it'll take 12 years, or we won't see the progress in 12 years. But you do have to start somewhere. And that early education is very, very key. And so that is, and I see Councilman Ross smiling at me, that is very, very important. And I think that's a major step. And because we are out front, we've gotten a lot of people to the table that may have not have come otherwise.
Let me just kind of, at a very high level, just talk about some of the things that we're engaged in as a city. I think to help kind of frame the discussion, we touch a little bit in early childhood education. We've been engaged, for example, with a variety of early learning center on trying to build capacity and pre-K slots within the urban core. The Downtown Achieves initiative, as Lisa talked about, addresses really a collaboration of really a catalytic effect. We're just holding the baton, I think, as the Secretary mentioned. We're just holding a baton, and there are now over 200 community partners engaged in Downtown Achieves. We're very involved in before and after school enrichment through our Safe Key program and our Batteries Included program. And then I think we've done some very innovative things at the higher education level. We're probably the only city in America that has its community college located in its city hall. They've located their workforce and economic development office within our city hall. We've engaged with them at Fifth Street School, where UNLV has a presence at the Fifth Street School. And we're actually working on another partnership that we'll be bringing before you, where we would have the LBGT Center engaging with higher education in their new facility as another piece of that puzzle. So we're touching on a number of initiatives, but probably the centerpiece of that has been the catalytic effort that we've had through Downtown Achieves.
And let me say this. The council, in your prior priorities, you had 2 things in your scorecard. One was 3rd grade literacy, graduation rates. Those were the 2 things that all of those little programs we've been working on have been focused in on. From that came Downtown Achieves, came the pre-K pilot program and the 3rd grade literacy program, where we're in those 2 schools trying to make a difference in those kids' lives. And we also recognize that these higher ed partnerships are critically important, so that you get that impact of, is it matriculation, Councilwoman? Matriculation, right? So those are the kinds of things that we're trying to do through what we've got now. I think the big issue is you know what we're doing today. I heard Councilman Anthony talk about the structure of higher ed. What do you want to do with that? So
for workforce preparedness.
Right.
Yeah. Take a look at local governments being the governing body over the College of Southern Nevada. So we drive the economic diversification and workforce development.
Not the state.
Because really,
Not the Board of Regents.
because really our community colleges aren't utilized as fully as they could be for what they can contribute as far as job training, economic development. And they're just lying there, not getting much attention, Councilman.
You're right.
Yeah, because,
Okay.
I mean, it's a state that's running our community college to develop the workforce for us, so we should be the one kind of driving
And
that.
they
And
don't
I know
see-
that's a big change because it's legislative, there's funding issues.
Don't worry about the how.
But
We're not fussing with any of those
Yeah, when I
minor
brought that up in my
details
office,
today.
he yelled at me then too, so.
So you just,
You're nice though when
you
you
get
yell.
extra points.
She was
'cause he's
very
thinking
nice to
big.
me.
He's
She
thinking
was
big.
wonderful to me in my office. So.
So he was, you gotta give the Mayor Pro Tem a prop.
Yeah,
Thought big
You
there.
got it. Well, before you go on, what they just mentioned, and Ms. Fretwell, what they just mentioned, what you just mentioned, why aren't we screaming that from every rooftop in this valley on what we're doing to help better education in this community? You know, we may know about it, But if you're not bragging about it every chance you get, if you're not putting it on every website we've got and putting it on KCLV Channel 2, and our partnerships with the community and our partnerships with the folks in downtown and how we're affecting that from our previous, what do we call this? Our previous priorities, because I remember those clearly now, but I need you to remind me, and you've done what we've asked you to do. But now let's talk about it. And let's see some success levels, even if it's early on. You know, we'll not wait the 12 years to see the impact, but let's talk about those success levels. And that's the kind of stuff we need to promote.
Riggleman, are you writing this down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Councilman Barlow, we have not heard from you on this topic of education.
We all.
And we want to.
You will.
Oh,
It's deliberate.
so you're going to be the mighty Casey on this topic?
Thank you.
Councilman Beers, did you have a perspective on education? Nope. You're for it or against it? You're for it, okay. In that case, I think we are about to move to the next topic, unless you want to contribute something here.
Thank you. I, like Councilman Ross, came out of the Clark County School District, and I truly believe that when people talk about the school district, they talk about it from the standpoint of Nevada being 50th or 49th all the time. And residents typically interpret that to be that we don't have a good structure in our school system, or we don't have good teachers teaching in the classroom as to why we are 49th or 50th, depending on what day of the week the stat come out. And I truly believe that that is inaccurate. I truly believe that we have a great structure in our school system. I believe that we have great teachers, faculty, staff, and administrators who are doing a wonderful job in our school system. Now, how we lift from being at the bottom of that stat all will come out of what has just been proposed as far as coming up with new and creative ways to improve a lot of the elements, specifically when it comes to what the mayor mentioned. It's not about just throwing money, although money is needed and it's necessary. It's about the appropriate allocation of where the monies are most needed. And unfortunate enough, a lot of the areas that are impacted the most are not receiving the appropriate assistance in order to help bring those numbers where they could and should be. And so it's the allocation of how that money is appropriated to the specific schools and regions that I believe we need to take a look at. And that's the appropriate allocation of funds.
So the resource allocation.
The resource allocation.
Okay. The one other thing, just before we go to the next topic, the one thing I think I heard you,
I can't hear you.
Talk about before was around research, medical research, medical school. So if we are defining as a city education to be preschool to postgraduate,
Right.
I don't have a view.
But I would caution you, medical research isn't the only. There's so many other types of research. But we need strong, if you look at every great university in this country, it is great because of its graduate schools and the research they're doing, whether it's in engineering or whether it's in music, I don't care what it's in. So most emphatically for a city, it's healthcare. We all want to be healthy and have our loved ones cared for. But the reality is when you look at education, there needs to be research across the board at the postgraduate level.
So what you're talking about is strong programs pre-K through postgraduate.
Postgraduate, yeah. And for us then, that would mean partners and collaborations at every segment of that chain, right?
Sustainability.
Okay. So that then, is there anything else that we need to have up here?
Could I just make one emphasis on
Of
what
course.
Councilman Barlow said? And that is, and I may be disagreeing or agreeing with him, I'm not quite sure, but you know, we can't just say we need the resources here or we need the resources there. We have some children who are on genius level here. They are not getting the type of education they need. They're bored to death. We have many children who fall within the middle, and they're not getting fully what they need. So I think you have to look at all parts of what's needed in education, and what the goal should be is that every child, wherever they fall, should reach their optimum potential. That should be our goal. And that's something I believe strongly in, because I've seen many people. I work in special education. I saw the extra funds come there when they were needed, but I also know that we needed extra funding just to help some of those who were, maybe could have been another Winston Churchill, for example. He wasn't a gifted child, but he was able to then later on utilize what he had because he had that drive. And they have that drive, but we don't help them very much.
Thank you. If we did these things with excellence over the next several years, would we be tracking towards this utopian place? Okay.
We'll see.
And this was done. So now we've got 2, right? Oh, and now we'll go next to transportation. RTC, get excited.
RTC.
There was no noise involved in that. I've never heard Tina Quigley not make a noise. It was this nonverbal thing she did. Oh, because she's texting. Texting and celebrating.
Get her at the table.
Yeah, no, she's coming.
We can torture her.
She's going to come with, some wheels. All right, so the question for all of you is, relative to transportation, what would be the 2 or 3 things that we would need to do with excellence over the next few years that would then put us in a stronger position to be the community of our future, community of the future that we dream about? Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, just what I know or heard, number 1 is we have to make sure we have the best roads, safest roads. They're in great shape, no potholes, they're safe. So that's number 1. Because most people in this valley get around by car, so we want to make sure we have the best roadways. Second of all, the I-11 project, I think is a big deal. And third is there has to be a better way of moving people around downtown. I know we have a parking director, Brandy, and parking's getting better, but just people need to be able to move around downtown without a car. Some kind of a trolley system, something like that, where they can get on and off at different locations and they can move around. So those would be my top 3.
Yes.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes. I just spent, I feel like a couple of weeks, but I just spent the last, I think, at least 10, 11 days on the East Coast, and in D.C. in particular. And what I noticed, and I paid attention because I knew I was coming back to this meeting today, and so I paid attention to how well connected the D.C. transportation system is. On the West Coast, 90+% of us hold on to a steering wheel. If a store is on the corner of our neighborhood, we're going to get in our vehicle and drive to the corner store, which is maybe 500-600 yards away from our home. And I noticed how much I walked when I was in D.C. Caught the train, caught the bus, quick cab ride, what have you. And I used all of those, and I never touched a steering wheel. And I had to reflect back going, this is interesting how I come to a different city, and I never thought about a vehicle. And it was all about the connectability of how that city is walkable. And I go back to the conversation that our Director of Planning and Development, Flynn Fagg, has been bringing forward to this council, and that's the walkable community. Because if there's any example, Washington, D.C. is a wonderful example in relation to how connected an intermodal transportation body, mecca. It's the poster child, in my opinion. And there's a lot of other cities that are like that as well. But understanding also that, the metro system is something that generations long ago basically tied into our nation's capital. But moving forward here in Las Vegas in particular, I'm thinking, what can we do to transition the opportunities that are available to us, although we may not be able to go as far as doing a metro, but there's opportunities of connecting the community, whether it be improving the bike lanes. And I know we speak a lot about the downtown, and downtown is our hub, but we need to broaden our perspective in relation to our wards and being able to connect our wards into downtown. The Capitol sits in the middle of Washington, D.C., and all roads lead to the Capitol. And so I look at Las Vegas the same way and say, okay, if downtown is going to be the crux of our conversation, then how can we tie our wards and our streets and our trails, all roads leading to the center of our city, which is downtown? Walkable communities, tying the trails, tying the bus system, improving the bike lanes, increasing the opportunity that exists for, of course, the law, because I know the RTC rolled out the 3 foot, or is it 3 foot or 4 foot? 3 foot.
3 foot law.
3 foot law, the 3 foot law, which I was a part of. I mean, all of these are elements that we can basically take advantage of, going back to that clean canvas again, that we spoke about earlier, and really being able to drive the connectability of our wards, all roads leading into downtown. And if anyone uses that theme, I'm going to send you an invoice, because I think that's going to be catchy one day, Mayor. All roads lead to downtown. Wards 1 through 6, all roads leading into downtown. And I believe that having an opportunity to have a bus system and have a trail system and have bike lanes, those alternative modes of transportation will be key to really improve and increase the opportunity of our city being more connected, such as the example I used from Washington, D.C.
Light rail. Light rail.
Well, I'll let someone else, mention the light rail component.
Do it, then that's one less one.
Okay, then I'll just include also light rail, however that comes into play from an infrastructure standpoint.
Don't forget horses.
And horses.
Don't forget horses, she said.
Right. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. Thank you. Councilman Ross?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Team on the RTC over there. So, most of the people in Las Vegas, when they're getting around, they drive around. I mean, that's just the way it is. And Councilman Barlow's right, there should be a little bit more connectivity. So, from what you're seeing today and in the future, are people going to continue the want to drive their car around? Is that going to be our primary mode of transportation for the next 20 years, or do you see everybody going to public transportation in the next 20 years in southern Nevada? Where are you guys proposing and planning, or where are you looking?
Can you guys hear me? Oh, I am on. Okay. Certainly, the automobile will continue to be the primary source of transportation for probably another 40 years at least to come. But contextually, whenever you want to move towards intermodal and multimodal approaches to getting people connected and moving around, you look at the context. I mean, there are certain areas where it's very appropriate to do multimodal approaches, and there are certain areas where it's probably not going to be successful no matter how much infrastructure you invest into it. But when you look at what you guys have got, in terms, you kind of have a heart, you have a city center, and you have people who are wanting to travel into that city center, into that downtown area.
You can go ahead and say it. All roads lead to downtown.
I wasn't sure if you were charging royalties already. So you what you want to do is take a look at how you can if there is already a demand there, and if you know that you've got an interest there, demand there, then by putting the infrastructure in, it will be successful. You want to move people, we always say, you want to move people from where they are to where they want to go, and in this case, in a mode that they would be comfortable doing it. You guys actually have a very appealing petri dish opportunity, and you are taking advantage of it. If you have a staff here who gets that, all these words that you used, Rick, I loved it, the walkable community, the connectability, I don't know if that's a word, but I like it.
It's a word now.
It's a word now.
Yeah.
Multimodal, intermodal. You guys have a public works team that gets that and has made that a priority. So you kind of are already setting the agenda for the rest of Southern Nevada as we move towards trying to be a more intermodal, walkable, bikeable community. Did I answer your question?
I guess the main, our primary mode of transportation here is still going to be the automobile.
Oh, yeah.
It
In
is,
Southern
okay.
Nevada, absolutely.
And so we need to make sure we focus on that, but we also need to focus on the other stuff that Councilman Barlow was.
Absolutely, because the other stuff that Councilman Barlow is talking about creates a quality of life that then brings with it, chicken and egg, or that circular vortex that you got into. The greater quality of life you can offer, the more you're going to be able to attract and retain a workforce, the more you're going to be able to attract and retain and grow economic diversity. It's a circular win if you are investing in those types of quality of life initiatives that are going to help bring people here.
Question, if I might. Having sat on many different conferences of late in the past month, transportation's always a part of it, and connectivity to the airport and the monorail. What other pieces are missing for us? So you can just, any one of you, put them up there, because I think that's the critical mass. I mean, these conversations are going on in every entity, and rather than make sure that we're not wasting time, but we get to doing something about these, including the electric bikes and the sharing of bikes, and then having someone support moving people around the core city with more than a bike or a car.
Or trike.
What other pieces that are there beyond the monorail
Don't forget
and
my
light
trike.
rail and connectivity to the airport and bringing people down?
I don't know that I would have, and maybe Dave, you got an idea. I don't know that I would have any more infrastructure-related items to add to that, but I want to emphasize something that Councilman Ross brought up in the very beginning, and that is that we do need to be encouraging these conversations at a regional level as much as possible. I love you guys are having this conversation. The more that you can push it out to our peer jurisdictions and help develop a shared vision for Southern Nevada, the more successful that we're going to be.
Well, and I mentioned to you before, when I was back in Washington, one of the mayor's conferences, I happened to be at a conference that was by Amtrak, and in 1996 they stopped delivering passengers to us from LA area, and I went to the president, who was sitting with the chairman of the board, and I asked him, when can Las Vegas count on connectivity back to Los Angeles, San Francisco by rail? And he said, not till we finished our regional plan. So most of the types of transportation that might be different, they are looking at. We're not as important as the East Coast, nor the connectivity between LA and San Francisco, because those are the populated hubs. So here we sit by ourselves here, and we're low men on the totem pole, looking 25 to 30 years out, maybe I-11. There's no money at the federal level. What are the practicalities that we can address in the coming 5 years? And where's the concentration from Las Vegas going to be in connectivity and in transportation that's real?
I'd just like to say that I really think we, as council members, owe a debt of gratitude to staff for all that they've done, because we did begin the connectivity in the complete neighborhoods and all of that when Margot was here. I was relatively new on the council, and she was bringing me all these new terms and everything and taking us to Los Angeles and seeing what they did. And so we've had that advantage, and also we've had the advantage, Tina, of having you doing what you're doing, because if anybody asks me what do we do in transportation, I'd say ask Tina, because she just comes up with these great ideas, keeping
they're
us
not mine,
in
I
the forefront. Well, okay, then ask the, Tina, I'm sure you'll always represent the RTC as a whole. But, I mean, I think we've been fortunate in that. It's getting it through, as you said.
So let's just quickly indulge and give staff hands.
Oh, yeah. city staff.
There you go, staff, lovely tepid applause just for you.
I just want to say, I want to say thanks for the green bike lanes. I rode the trike over today, and there was a freshly painted green bike lane. It just felt so safe. I loved it.
Who have we not yet heard from? Councilman Rossi was waiting very patiently.
May I? Ms. Quigley, you rode the trike?
I rode the trike. You know,
don't forget my trike.
The electric, yeah.
Yeah. Did you wear a helmet?
I did, yeah, I did. I got helmet head, look.
Angela, did you too?
No, she's pregnant.
She can ride it pregnant. Okay, she's off the hook.
I did, I have my helmet.
You kind of stole my intro to you because I was going to ask you, what does RTC stand for? Regional Transportation. And again, this is regional, and I like everything that all my colleagues put up on the board, but think bigger. And I say think bigger in the scope of the generational change in our passengers. How many of you have teenage youngsters who, I don't care if I get my driver's license till I'm 30. Lots of those. Because why? Because it's a generational transportation shift. That paradigm is changing. If you've ever heard Tom Skanke give his talk on transportation needs today and tomorrow, it will scare you because it's important that we focus on big ticket items. I-15, for example, by 2025 will be 80% commercial traffic on our small right-of-way now. What are we doing to fix that today? I'm just highlighting some things. What about, and Ms. Quigley, you'll have to correct me, 300,000 employees in gaming and tourism?
Oh, yes.
Every shift?
Right.
Moving in and out of Las Vegas Boulevard and downtown?
Yeah.
Every shift.
Rossi says every day we have a Super Bowl within that.
Think about taking all of those vehicles off the streets. And I'm talking big here, big stuff. How do we re-educate and get people to park? Now, I'm trying to do my part. Most Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I'm parking at Centennial Transit Center, and I'm in downtown in 18 minutes. And it's awesome because I don't have to drive to the Spaghetti Bowl. Now, all of these things that you put up on the board, in fact, a lot of the things we talked about so far this afternoon, have to do with money, dollars. And we're not on the how, I get that, Poonam, I get that. But I want to talk about something we did as a government as well as all the governments did in Southern Nevada. They supported a resolution and passed resolutions at their level supporting fuel indexing, which was huge because now we have $800 million.
Yeah, well, 700.
700? Do you want to? Can I ask
so
her, with your permission, Poonam? I usually ask my mayor, but you're the mayor today. So.
I deferred. I said it's yours.
Can Ms. Quigley share some things with this crowd audience?
So yeah, the AB 413, which came out of the legislature, was later adopted by the Clark County Commission in a vote of 6-1, which was pretty impressive, to tie motor vehicle fuel tax to inflation. It had been stagnant for 20 years, so the additional revenue, by tying it to the producer price index, allows us to bond for $700 million worth of jobs, which equates to 183 projects in Southern Nevada that will be under construction, most of it actually before even the end of this year. This has an expiration date, though. This privilege expires the end of 2016. So in November of 2016, we will be asking the voters to approve the concept of continuing to tie motor vehicle fuel tax to inflation. Now, if that was to happen, these types of things that we're talking about right now, right here on this list, that currently would be considered dreams and unfunded, these are the types of things that we can start to have real community conversations about. So certainly something I hope we will be having discussions
And
about.
that leads me right into my next comment and my final comment. What we can do right now is get ready, and just like we did with education and promoting the importance thereof and everything else we want to promote, we as a government can encourage our other local governments to support that indexing in 2016 legislative session with the voters, because that's how important it is. And no one likes paying more taxes. Nobody likes paying more taxes. But if we want, if Joe Citizen wants this vision, it's got to be paid for. And that's the means to an end. So I appreciate that, Ms. Quigley. Thank you very much.
And thank you for bringing it up, because that's a very specific,
Yeah.
what are a couple of 3 things that we can do with excellence that if we did would really advance us? That seems like, It's enough to take down the whole easel. It's so dramatic and with that. Yeah, pretty powerful. That was like an earthquake. Councilman Beers, anything on there?
I have an 18-year-old too who was slow to get his driver's license, and a 25-year-old even slower. In their cases, it was because they could not find jobs and didn't have money to drive around with. In fact, employment for teenagers has not had one new job created in this state since we enacted a $1 higher minimum wage than the federal standard. That's data that's published periodically by the State Employment Security Department. Yeah, it does have to do with more money, but it's also part of the vision. I think we need to keep in mind that we're not Washington, D.C. I just looked it up on Wikipedia. It says they have 9.3 million people in 5.5 square miles, and that we have the same metrics, and I'll be generous here in a minute, 1.9 million people in 600 square miles. Let's say that the 600 is outrageous, and we'll knock a zero off the end and it's 60. That means that there's a 100-fold difference in density of human beings per Earth patch between Washington, D.C. and Las Vegas, Nevada. So some of the planning ideas that we implement from East Coast cities just don't fit here. It might, in fact, have something to do with why, at least up until 2008, people from East Coast cities were moving here by the thousands per year. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, some years multiple hundreds of thousands.
Thank you.
May I?
Did you have?
I was just coming down the density issue. Yes, Councilman Beers is entirely right. Looking at the metropolitan area, the densities do not compare. However, within the 2-mile corridor that we look at in downtown, the connectivity and the density certainly does compete with some of the most dense areas over on the East Coast. We are so unique. We're probably the only community on the West Coast that's got that density within that very specific corridor.
Mayor.
So we be dancing places. Right.
Okay. Yeah, my mic. it right here. I would like to just chime in just real quick, and I agree that we're not Washington, D.C., but Councilman Ross brings up a very significant point. And Councilman, if you don't mind, I believe you said by 2030? 2025. 2025. What was that stat that you gave by 2025?
If I'm correct, and Ms. Quigley may have the numbers better than I do, because you hang
No,
on
that's the first time I haven't seen Skanky's presentation.
On Interstate 15, going north-south, the capacity for commercial transportation is going to be 80% capacity by the year 2025, meaning you and I jumping on I-15.
That's 10 years from now, correct, sir? Roughly?
Yeah. And keep in mind, Mr. Skanky's numbers, I mean, he came to the Las Vegas City Council, gave a report not too long ago.
Right.
I mean, his numbers, I'm sure there's some variable in there, but we as a community, I know the RTC, we are in conjunction with the LVCVA and our other transportation providers in the valley, are thinking long-term, like we are as a city council for the city of Las Vegas. The transportation organizations in this valley, regionally, are talking about the transportation needs for the region, 10, 20 years from now.
That's great, and that's my point.
Yeah.
That's exactly my point. The fact that we're sitting here today discussing what our community will look like, it's not for you, Mayor. It's not for me. It's not for anyone on this dais, because we won't be here. We're talking about a vision for generations that will come long after we're gone, long after we're termed out, or long after we decide to leave, whether it be intentionally or unintentionally, we won't be here, right? So what I'm getting and gathering from this setting here today is the fact that we are to sit aside, just as the Secretary asked us to do, set aside the differences, Councilwoman, as far as what's happening today, right? We understand what's happening today, but if in fact those things weren't happening and we had to paint a picture as to what our future will look like 20, 30, 40 years from now, Councilman, I see when that I-15 is 80% at capacity, I see the connectability of the walkable communities. I see the town centers that we discussed in Southern Nevada Strong. I see the opportunities for the light rail, because just as San Antonio has built the double-decker highway in San Antonio, I was shocked. There's only so much land that the Department of Transportation can absorb by widening 95 again, right? And we know what that fiasco was when it happened the first time. Widening I-15, Project Neon, all of I-11, these are all future conversations as to what are we going to do today in order to affect the trajectory of our reality tomorrow. And I'm not talking about for those of us sitting on the dais. And so therefore, we must keep an eye and a deliberate, and I'll say it again, a deliberate focus in relation to how we build our infrastructure today in order that we meet the demand of tomorrow. And so when I bring up Washington, D.C., it's a poster child. No matter how you look at it, no matter how you cut it, it's a poster child in relation to how that city has been forward-thinking and continue to be forward-thinking because of how connected that city is today. It wasn't yesterday's city council and mayor that made those decisions. It was mayor and council members decades ago that put it in motion, that those other mayors and council members brought it forward to where it currently is and still moving it forward. And so we are part of that track. We are part of the track of planting the seeds today so that the fruits of those seeds will be sitting back going, look at what we did, and had no idea the impact of how we voted today as far as our future generation will be able to sit back. And they're not going to care, Mayor, that you pushed the button and I pushed the button. All they're going to care is the fact that they can get from point A to point B seamlessly, Councilman Ross. And we have to do it at the regional level by having these grand conversations. And so if the conversation begins with the connectability of what Flynn Fagg is bringing forward and introducing through his department and through the efforts of the RTC and the other conversations from the Las Vegas Visitors and Convention Authority, providing those numbers and allowing us to actually see what that bigger picture is in the most important corridor of our state. I mean, those are real conversations that we have to address today and put ourselves in a position to make sure that we're doing all that we can today in order to affect and bring forward the change that is most definitely needed in order that we can be that vibrant city that we're talking about today. Thank you.
I think Secretary, is he still here?
Yes, he's still here.
Wow, he got captivated. He had places to be and world impacts to have. He's stuck around here. He talked about intentionality.
Right.
Talked about intentionality and
Being deliberate.
perseverance. So be deliberate, and it is long view. So thank you for that reminder. And we are thinking grand because we're actually in the grand.
Yes.
Good.
So if you are okay, thank you for clapping. That really is exactly what I need. How about we go next to public safety because we've got the sheriffs in the house.
Oh, can I go first?
Oh, of course you can go first. So,
I'm going to take a potty
public
break.
safety law enforcement. Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Of course, but I want to go first. Potty
You want to
break.
take a 5-minute break?
The
Yeah,
choice
fine.
is the party.
You want to go first? You want to go first?
Betsy?
Yes.
Take 5. And then we're going to start.
Like this one. You know where the restrooms are? Here. They have to be, I think they're out this one.
Nothing in that conversation was perfect. We need to have that streaming.
And you know what?
Okay, the next topic that we're going to take on is public safety and law enforcement. And one of the big gifts of living in a place like Nevada is that you actually have the sheriff with you through it all. That's the amazing part of this place. So, hi. What'd you do with the rest of yourselves?
We scared them.
It's always hard to get kids to come back from recess.
If we all just sit here really quiet, they'll show back up.
Is that it? How about when they show back up, let's just all stare at them and not say a thing. Let's see what happens. Well, you two get to go then.
Well, we kind of need them too.
It would be helpful. Yeah.
See our city attorney over there. We need them.
There's one.
Not over the city council.
What if we made the fire chief and the sheriff a member of the city council for an hour?
Now that's thinking outside the box.
That was received like a lead balloon.
And Chief Freeman is up here too.
There we go. Where do you two? Where do you two come in the door? We're good to go? We have a green light. That's a powerful group. Okay, super. Welcome home. So we're moving on to the next topic, public safety and law enforcement. The question.
Power.
Answer is.
Power.
Power's in the house. In terms of public safety and law enforcement, what are the things that if we did with excellence for the next several years would put us on the right trajectory to the community of the future?
I'll go first just because I'm a big proponent and supporter of our public safety and what we've done in this valley, and always have since the first day I chose to run for public office and be a public servant. But I want to say this. I try to prioritize in my mind all of these things, certainly from the 7 strategic items that we had. And I literally put a 1 next to 4 of them. You're going to want me to wait for that, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to make you wait for that.
Because they're equally important. But let me say this. When it comes to, and I'll start with our Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. Number 1 in the country, maybe a little biased, performed a report Betsy instigated a couple of years ago. And I say a couple of years ago, we got the report I think last year, but it took you that long to get it that far. And we were concerned about what we were going to see in that report. Saw great things in that report. And we've got, the top-notch fire department in the country. Chief McDonald has a great department. He's got wonderful men and women, as do our other departments within the city when it comes to law enforcement, the law enforcement sector, but really the fire and rescue guys, big supporter. That being said, the reports that came out are phenomenal. Now I'm going to get over to the sheriff for a minute and talk about the More Cops initiative that every government supported except for one in Southern Nevada. And I think it's significant that we, mayor and council members, continue to beat that drum in support of public safety. I've said earlier in this meeting, 40 million people visit Las Vegas alone. I have 2 sons that are in law enforcement. One works for his department. He's a sergeant, works for his department, for Metro. And he runs a shift of officers, I won't tell you where, but it is on Graveyard. And he said, asked him the other day, how many officers did you have on the street on Graveyard? And he said 5 for his area of the city. Now, a couple were on vacation, a couple were sick and that sort of thing, but that's what these officers are dealing with on a daily basis, an every shift basis. I took a ride-along out of Northwest Area Command a few months ago before Christmas, and I was absolutely astounded by the ability of these officers, because they're super multitaskers, and Sheriff and I have had this conversation already. These guys are listening to the radio, listening to their phones, looking at the computer, prioritizing their calls. Looking at their GPS and where they're going and what they're going to take. They're phenomenal men and women on the police department.
At
And
8 in the morning.
I hate to say this, but we do not, as local governments, give that man or any man in his position in this county the tools he needs to have a successful, the top-notch police department in the country. And I know what he's going to say. We have the top-notch police department in the country because we're both biased in that regard. But he needs more. And if we don't stand behind the men and women, not only local law enforcement, countywide law enforcement, and our Las Vegas Fire and Rescue guys, and I'm going to say all firefighters in general, we're significantly not doing our job as elected officials. So, number 1 for me is supporting the continued support of the More Cops initiative.
Already got a thumbs up. That was the thumbs up.
I didn't mean to take her thunder, because that's probably a lot of things she was going to say too.
No, I'm only in the voice with all of you. I mean, without question, we have no community if we don't have a safe community. We have no community for jobs, for families to live here if we're not safe. Nobody's going outside.
So if with excellence,
They're coming through the spaghetti.
we could find some solution to fund
All roads
more
lead to downtown.
cops, that would put us on a pathway closer to the community in the future. That's the part. Great.
And sustaining our fire and rescue, which is exemplary and accredited, 1 of 5? 9 in the country. 1 of 9 in the country.
We like 5
Awesome.
better.
Any other things to add under public safety? Anything else?
No, could I just add
Of
that
course.
I agree with what's been said here. I can't understand how so many people can be in agreement of more cops that we don't have more cops. I mean, that's a little strange to understand. But we need them. They've been good in helping us, and they try and get out into the neighborhoods where we need them. And so, and they can't sometimes because of the other needs. And we just, in order to have the type of city we've all talked about, this is what we need, more cops.
From my perspective, oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
That's what
Yes,
she's
you
doing
get
down
one
there.
too.
Yeah.
Okay.
High five.
That's our first. All the years I've known her.
She did a great high five earlier.
First high five, yes.
Let's do bones. Come on, we're going to change
Oh, my
it now.
God,
Come
she's
on
got to get
now.
modern.
Come on now. Holy cow. That was.
You had the ring on,
practicing.
that hurt more.
Excuse me, is this being televised over to the county commission? Mr. Sisolak, are you listening?
That left hook actually may help. There's a power punch there.
When it's
Councilman Barlow.
necessary.
Thank you. When we talk about the opportunities for regionalization, I know conversations in the past have come up, and I think this is a great opportunity to bring those conversations back forward, specifically from a public safety standpoint. We know that that some of our sister cities, or one of our sister cities, have been struggling, unfortunately, and we can't afford to allow any of our governmental entities, whether it be Henderson, North Las Vegas, the City of Las Vegas, of course, or Clark County, or North Las Vegas, if I already said that, to falter in any way. So from a public safety standpoint, I mean, what are some of the ideas or philosophies of the opportunity of expanding our police force and making, or creating, I should say, one police force, Henderson, to include Henderson, North Las Vegas, and Metro? Because at one point, Metro wasn't always Metro, right, Sheriff? It merged, right? And I believe, was it the 70s? 1973. And I was just born at that point. And so...
Many of us that were around a long time, that hurts.
Oh, sorry.
That just made me sick.
Sorry, I'm sorry. no pun intended. But the point of it is that I'm pretty sure even during that period of time when that conversation came about, as far as merging, and Sheriff, what was the police force called at that time? It was Las Vegas Police?
There was 2, yeah, City
Two?
Police.
City Police.
City Police, and then Clark County Sheriffs.
Clark County Sheriffs, and the two merged. Now what we have is the Metropolitan Police Department, right? Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And so moving forward, looking at, the possibility, if nothing else, a conversation of possibly opening up some further discussions to regionalize our police force. And I don't know whether or not that will save dollars. I don't know if that will improve some of the issues that the councilwoman has brought forward in relation to public safety and needing more cops, if in fact we have them out there already, just in different jurisdictions, and creating what we currently have in the fire. And I believe police does it also as far as the cross-section. What is the term, Councilman Ross, when the fire department goes over to another jurisdiction? What is that? What is it called? Automatic aid. Mutual aid, okay. Automatic aid, mutual aid, and we have that within the police department as well, right, Sheriff? As far as Metro being able to go into other jurisdictions and vice
We have
versa?
jurisdiction throughout the county.
Okay, throughout the county. So you basically cover everything to include Henderson
Yeah,
and North Las Vegas?
Henderson, North Las Vegas, Mesquite, Boulder City.
And is it vice versa?
They have police powers, they do not have jurisdiction.
Okay, and so that within itself, I don't know if that would be an opportunity to create an opportunity from a regional standpoint to have one police force that can possibly offset the need for a more cops initiative in that respect. And so that would be my thought from a public safety standpoint.
So captured up here is a fully regionalized police force, would that capture?
Correct.
She's on it.
Could I ask
Thank
a
you.
question on that, just to be clear, because Councilwoman and I were chatting? Because there are police forces in North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Boulder City of their own, they may attend to their own issues, they may not service in others. Clark County, the Metro, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police can go everywhere.
That's correct, Mayor.
And so Henderson's police force cannot come down to Las Vegas and do something.
They can. They have police powers, yes, but they stay within their jurisdiction. At times, an investigation that they have in Henderson or North Las Vegas would carry them into our jurisdiction, and they follow through with it. They let us know. They advise us, same as if we go into their jurisdiction as well. But, we're countywide.
And our marshals don't figure that way, correct? Our city marshals.
It's a different jurisdictional aspect. The marshals are limited based on city property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do we have it captured? Councilman Beers? Anything to add?
No, just more a question, and that is if we factored in the marshals in addition to the Metro force, what does that do to the officers per 100,000 residents statistic?
With the
That's the answer. I don't know how many FTEs we have.
Well, if we're
Something
thinking
that would take us
much
some
broader,
time
saying
to-
if in fact
to
we
figure
could
out.
or
I've
would,
not asked the question.
what would that do to offset that? So that's a
We
very
can
good question.
certainly do the calculations and think, I mean, we're talking about, 56 people, and the sheriff's got, what, well over 2,500?
56, that would probably only raise us maybe 0.2 of a percentage point.
But if we divided it across the 600,000 Las Vegans instead of the 2 million Clark County residents that are in the sheriff's jurisdiction, it might pump it up a little higher.
That's true.
We'd have to actually look at the dividing up the sheriff's full complement of staff against our population and then add our people, and we can certainly do those calculations.
Thanks.
They will, right?
Absolutely.
Someone's actually got half done probably while we were sitting there.
Right.
Anything else?
Just one,
Yes.
one thing, and that is, every poll we've taken, every time we meet together, every list we make, public safety's right at the top of what the residents of our city want. And I just think this needs a lot of concentration so we can help it.
Right. And you're going to get to prioritize that
Good.
as soon as we get the rest of your homework done.
And then,
Uh-oh.
oops, am I on?
You are on.
As far as the consolidation goes, I believe the way it went down 71 or 73, one of those two legislative sessions, the force was created and all of the cities were given an opportunity to pull out of the agreement. Las Vegas was the only one that did not. And that's how come we only have one city consolidated with the sheriff's department. 71, 73, something like that. I've got a...
Either way, when you were not born.
No.
Yeah, either way.
Didn't
I've got a
matter to you.
Historical Society quarterly publication that has
Two.
a story by Dr. Mooring on that consolidation discussion during that decade, if anyone would like to copy.
Don't embarrass me, Mayor. Don't embarrass
Let's
me.
go forth into the future. Often we just sort of repeat some of the past. Huh? It's kind of ironic. Anything else? So this is pretty clear in terms of what the 7 of you define that to be, or the 6 of you, plus Councilman Compton's chair. What do you want to do next? Sandy? Want to do health care?
If I might,
Oh, of course.
before we just hang that up on the wall, I would like to offer my thoughts to the city council on maybe next steps. And I, for one, appreciate the fact you've taken 2 days to take a look at the challenges that you're being faced with and develop some strategies as our next step forward. But one thing I might offer to you as a fellow elected official as you move forward on this is that we look at a more broad approach to this particular problem, and that we're looking to develop consensus here in Clark County to develop a path forward to make us the most progressive community in America. And we need to be able to, as a number of you have articulated, bring together cross-sections of elected officials within Clark County to accomplish that task. And it's been my experience over the years when you walk into meetings such as that and you already have what you believe are your priorities, other people tend to find reasons not to do those priorities if they themselves haven't had input into your particular priorities. Example I would give you is the survey that was done in regards to how people feel about law enforcement, and we did not get that favorable of a rating. I would be very interested into what it is that they're concerned about as a community. Now, we might be here thinking that they're worried about their car getting stolen or getting robbed as they're going to the store, but it's been my experience when you interact with the community and you actually ask them what their problems are, they'll tell you things like, well, there's junk cars parked on the street, my neighbor's running a little auto store out of their yard here and I don't appreciate that. The one behind me, their dogs never stop yapping. I go down to the park, you know, those kind of things are what you hear. So I just think as we approach this, based on what the speaker told us about earlier about San Antonio, the secretary, that I think you as a group have a significant pulpit to stand on. You have an ability to influence to a greater extent those that just live within the city of Las Vegas, and maybe with your priorities being what they may be, my thoughts would be is just maybe look at it from the standpoint of having a very lofty vision as a group to get forth or bring forth or be able to do what I don't believe this community's been able to do over the years and unite these respective aspects of our community, not just government. There's private sectors as well as other things out there that could be very helpful to us as we start looking at solutions to very unique challenges 5, 10, 15, and 20 years down the road. And whatever I or my organization can do to be a part of that, we're able and willing right here as best that we can. A number of years ago, we embarked on a strategic planning process, something that I learned many, many, many years ago from prior sheriffs. But we did it a little bit different a number of years ago, and we asked people internally and externally for their input, particularly in regards to our vision. And the vision at your police department is to be the safest community in America. So everything that we do focuses upon that, you know, your vision. I've been in meetings with some folks and they sort of chuckle at it and say that's sort of a lofty goal or vision, isn't it, Sheriff? And I go, well, last I knew that's what they're supposed to be. But I think, you know, you've had a great conversation these last couple of days, and this could be a springboard. Well, I believe it will be a springboard to something that this community will talk about in years to come.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'm wondering, Betsy, where are you? Oh, up there, sorry. Is there, has there ever been a convening of the county commission and the city council in open meeting to have such a conversation with the sheriff and with chief of fire and rescue? That we, I mean, I don't know whether you put it on at Thomas and Mack because the outpouring can be incredible. But where you have the county commission seated and you have the city council seated, and we convene this specifically for safety and security of our community in open meeting.
Las Vegas and Henderson.
Well, I would just offer that too as well, Mayor. I'm talking about all of what you have up here.
North Las Vegas,
that,
which is in the
you know, the
northeast.
prioritization. Yeah, okay, so everybody, you know, from the Clark County Commission to the Mesquite City Council have input into what we're talking about here, so nobody can say that they're left out and nobody is not a part of the solution.
Good idea. I know this council's really behind this type of concept to get
specific
something
region,
done and
the
assure
Northeast
the
region,
safety and security of everybody that lives in southern Nevada. What can we do?
Southwest region,
Mayor,
the southeast, and you basically build your command staff around
You know, I've
it.
been working with the sheriff for a really long time.
have to agree
And he and I think a
Right,
lot
but that,
alike.
it would come from a
And in
legislative
fact,
standpoint, but I'm
about
just
3
talking
years
about from a
ago,
vision
the
board.
sheriff and I worked together, convened a
that
whole bunch
way,
of people
we're-
to talk
we
about
now have
these
to
kinds of
bring
things on a
on
regional
additional
level.
Police.
And
policing,
what resulted
or
was
go to
the
more
kind of
cops
the
initiative,
reformulation
because
of
we
the
now have enough
NDA
cops,
into the
because now there's
LBGEA
no-
because we needed to
there's no
focus on one thing that
jurisdictional
could
boundaries.
actually impact
Everyone can
quickly.
basically police
But as a
their
part of that
section.
conversation, the idea was to try and convene small groups around these larger ideas. And this is actually something that came
Right.
up at your retreat
And
at
that's
the
what-
library.
That's just a vision board.
That
To
a way
visionary
maybe to go forward
process.
after today would be to convene a collection of stakeholders around each of these topics that could include various members of other elected bodies, other governing bodies, but maybe more importantly, the private sector and the community interest groups, to have a conversation around some of these key topics. I think we need to be careful because, some of these things are, we just need to get a conversation going around one thing, which is I think where you're going there. Could we request a joint meeting with the county commission and the city council to talk about the implementation of more cops? Absolutely. And I would
That's what I'd
suggest
like
that you
to
do
see
one.
happen.
You just do a one-topic meeting, because then you can actually have that candid conversation about the state of your police force, and I mean our collective police force.
Are you all for that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not suggesting you tell me to do it today.
No,
Think about it.
we're ready.
But my point is that you're not, by getting, maybe you need to get some stakeholders around the table about one thing, but quite frankly, when you start looking at these other things, these are things that are going to take a tremendous amount of effort and commitment. This is one thing.
That's what we want. It's the
You know,
first thing.
So this is, but it's not necessarily, I don't want to be difficult about it. It's one thing. This is 10.
Right.
This is major change. This is major change.
Right.
This is, we've already been given the tools to do it, we just haven't done it.
Well, we have
See what I mean?
issues.
So, right. So my point is, I think there may be different solutions to each of these topics.
Without question.
So what we can do is work to try and figure out, which ones of these are
Mayor,
strategic and which ones are operational,
Okay.
and try and create
If I may,
a mechanism.
knowing you've been having the conversations for 3 years, we have had more crime. I would love to see this conversation as you see fit from this council, which I believe really is supportive of safety and security for our community, first and foremost, with the county commission in an open meeting with our leadership there so we can have a give and take and go from there. Yes, these are multifaceted,
Right.
which are different, but I'm
This is
saying
what I
just that.
would kind of call, there's different groupings when you go through these processes. This is low-hanging fruit. It's something you do quickly, fast.
Right. We would
hope
like
that
you to
can
do that.
reach a consensus and move on. These others
Okay.
are going to be more complicated.
Without question,
Yeah.
we agree, and you can give it back to Puna, but I think shaking heads, let's do it, and it's a great suggestion.
And Ms. Brett, well, that's the how on some of these, but I think I'm going to echo what the sheriff said. We've got to have these bigger conversations. Again, out of the box, big stuff with the other governments and players regionally, or regional level.
So look through some of my notes, because the answer is hell yes, and I would observe hell no. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Well, here's what we heard from Secretary Cisneros this morning. See how fun said Cisneros, not.
That's because he's gone.
Not nacho cheese, yeah. Cities can be masters of their own destiny. He spoke about intentionality, right? Lift sites, be an orchestra conductor. And I gotta tell you that no orchestra conductor walks up and says, hey, can we do a quick brainstorm on what you think I should be conducting? There's a moment where leadership is about leadership. It is about knowing, believing, and standing firm, and then engaging and enlisting input, right? The things that I believe in, I don't seek input around. They're my convictions. They're the things that I believe. They're what I stand for.
And you move on it.
And I think part of what we're looking for in this community, and part of the asset that you have right now, is that you've got a community that looks to you as showing belief and conviction. And we want that, right? So I completely agree. It is it is on, there is no level on which it
Mayor.
is defensible to go, and that's certainly not what you've been doing, because you wouldn't have the success that you've been having, right? So I would say continue the sort of sincere and earnest collaboration that is a hallmark of the city right now.
Our baby
And
on
of
the
our staff.
council.
I'm down here crying. Mayor, if I may, just real quick, Mr. Secretary mentioned something significant, and it's along the lines of what Betsy mentioned as far as the low-hanging fruit, right? But we can move from the body of this, I was going to say pulpit, but you being the pastor, the head pastor, we're going to pass the hat in a minute. You being the leader of the council.
Patrick's Day.
Right. You being the leader of the council, right? And the leader of the city. Because when people, just to be perfectly honest, when people think of Las Vegas, they think of the city of Las Vegas, right? They don't understand the parameters that we know. So they think of Las Vegas, and we have an asset that we can truly take advantage of through you, Mayor, right? And that's the leadership of what you bring forward. And the other three pieces that Betsy mentioned, as far as saying, you know, it comes at a greater conversation. Well, that's the connectability in the network that the secretary mentioned earlier today, and that's pulling in the private sector, pulling in our partnerships through education and the nonprofits and the CDCs, all of them creating an opportunity because they're going to listen to you because of the position that you're in, that we're in relation to that.
Listen to her?
Each one of these entities, if in fact the mayor,
County entity?
I'm saying from the
No, I'm just.
private sector to the education, if the mayor requests to meet with a number of people in these areas that I'm bringing, that I've just mentioned, from the nonprofits, the CDCs, the faith-based community, Community Development Corporation. Oh, you're welcome. It's okay. It's okay. You know, but the point that I'm making, and I know that we're pressed for time. The point that I'm making is that the secretary is absolutely correct. Being able to pull all of those entities in to help us achieve those line items that we have on the wall, it is most definitely doable to include the low-hanging fruit that we can do, that we're already doing through our departments.
And that's the how, which is yet to come.
Right.
I want to do a quick check-in on time, Madam Mayor. It is 2:20. So if you want to get out of here by 3, you've got 3 more topics, and we need to prioritize. We can do it. We're going to put on our running shoes.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we can be out of here at 4.
Okay, go. It's good. I mean, we've got good things. Unless Chief has something more to add, or
any other
marshals?
Okay.
If we
Anything
get
else
this
from that?
meeting on?
So on this one, we have now moved from it started as a strategic initiative, and it is no longer a strategic initiative, because I'm going to define a strategic initiative as being something that all 3,000 people who work in the city can see a role for themselves in. And so if I look at the education sheet, the transportation sheet, the economic diversification, 3,000
Now, all
people
of the
can
things
find
we're
some
not
role
doing,
for them to
we're
play
basically
on these 3
collaborating
sheets. Not so much
with
here.
other
So
entities
this
in
is
order
no
to
longer a
accomplish
strategic
it.
initiative. This is you pulled it out, you're going to call it a thing you're doing right now. This is a do it, right? And I heard a lot of commitment around the do it. So it's a do it with a,
Don't you know?
I do it like that.
And I hope we have a very good presence of our city marshals and Metro at this meeting, because you are going to bring in all the people that do have the yapping dogs, and the flat tires, and the Coke.
They have a branch.
So that may very well be a Thomas and Mack
But it's
after all.
Thomas and Mack.
Is that her fault?
No, no.
Okay, so that becomes something
Saying
different, but off we
don't-
go.
She can't expect to get them to collaborate.
What I'm going to try and do is just, this is normally what we do, just keep a running list of stuff to do based on what we've heard. So we'll request a joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners to talk about Metro, services and funding. And then the thing that Councilman Barlow, I think, was suggesting is that in these other priority areas, as you continue to refine them and prioritize them, that we convene stakeholder groups to
That's
address
correct.
those.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't
That's
lose
correct.
it.
Correct.
And then on public safety and law enforcement, we've still got a couple of things. Do these stay, or are we taking them off?
I think we're just.
These stay. We'll look at it later. Okay. Then maybe take the more cops off there. because now it's on our to do, right? So next topic, yes? So let's pull up healthcare. So thank you. Let's give them a hand.
Thank you.
Healthcare. What 2 or 3 things should we do with excellence related to healthcare so as we can take some steps to become our city of the future?
I truly believe, once again, going back to the points that the Secretary brought forward in relation to healthcare, there's many opportunities from a research standpoint. Nevada and Las Vegas in particular being a clean campus, going back to that terminology, being that we have the space through the councilwoman as well as working with the mayor in regards to the medical district. There's so much technology and science and research opportunities that exist not only in the downtown but also out in some of the Northwest and the great Northwest, Councilman, out in your areas, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, as far as some of the tech parks that exist where, you know, research firms can actually go into and basically start to build some of those town centers that we talked about earlier in our conversations as well. And so from the economic development, and that basically goes back to falling under the economic development conversation piece where it says medical health care or health sciences.
So you've got medical care, health sciences. Right. In education, you've got research.
Right. There's room in the outskirts of all of our wards that can easily fit the shape, size, and scale of this area. It to include the boundaries of the medical district that we have in the downtown area. And so, I mean, that's something that we can most definitely take advantage of, being that it's something that's much needed. And our residents today, you know, and someone made a joke, and I didn't take too kindly of it, but there was a level of truth when the joke was, if a resident gets sick in Las Vegas, they check into McCarran.
Yeah.
You know, and in other words, they have to fly out of state in order to receive the quality of health care that we have the capacity within our region to handle. And so looking at it from that perspective, looking at opportunities that exist within all of our wards and creating those town centers, maybe there's an opportunity for us to create those little small-scale town centers from a research standpoint, a science standpoint, a technology standpoint, in order to really become a robust community as a whole.
So it should be in research centers and wards?
Well, we've got, so research, I think, is contained under here, right?
Well,
I want to make sure that describes what you're saying.
I'm not saying any particular specific geographic area. I'm just including that research component because I know UNLV is on track to push for the research component for the university system. And so therefore there's an opportunity to have those research opportunities out within our respective cities, towns, and wards in which we represent.
So in terms of our community of the future, we talked about it being a place where I get great care. Others know that there's great care. That's the kind of place that I heard you describe. So to get there, we need, what I'm hearing you say is a really kick-ass medical district. We need very strong programs. Sorry, I said kick-ass, didn't I? I apologize. We need really strong programs, research programs at the university level, and we need economic diversification and opportunities related to health sciences and medical care.
And in essence, it all ties back into education, because now you're creating that brain trust and keeping folks in town, Councilman Ross, that you mentioned earlier, from an educational standpoint. From an educational
I
standpoint.
can't disagree with that, but I want to add to what Councilman Barlow mentioned. This is about a relationship. I mean, realistically, all the healthcare ideas that we've dreamed up and are going to write down, this all has to do with the relationship with higher education. The City of Las Vegas's relationship with higher ed, whether it's CSN, UNLV, UNR for that matter. I don't care. I'm not being. I don't want to restrict our relationship building skills, but we've got to have relationships with these other entities that have a direct effect on everything that we're talking about when it comes to the medical healthcare portion that we're missing.
To include medicinal.
Is that medical marijuana?
I knew that was going to go on. I just did. I had it under over in my own mind. 10 minutes. Was my under over? I don't know. It shook out. And let's hear. Oh, Maggie, first you had the guts and then you did. First you wrote kick-ass and then you
I did that. I did that. This is Las Vegas, Nevada. We are a class place to be.
Classy, classy.
And this is going to be ultimately where we'll come back, which is, are we Bourbon Street or Main Street?
Yes.
Right. Good.
And could I just say, when you're talking about the relationship with higher education, if we're talking about healthcare, we're talking about a medical school that would be emphasizing research, academics.
And I believe that is what I'm hearing, so I believe that is what you're saying, yes.
Good job.
Anything else?
Medical tourism. Medical tourism.
Medical tourism, there we go. 2 years from now, we'll be doing that with excellence.
Medical marijuana, just put it up.
Councilman Pierce, anything from you?
You're going to have your
He agrees that education is the key, and that in terms of healthcare, the kinds of things we could talk about doing is...
Education is the key, and healthcare is an important component of economic diversification.
Medical tourism.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that's what I thought.
Anything
That's how I look at it.
You know, I do think there's another issue, and Councilwoman Tarkanian probably can speak to it, but we heard this from the Clark County Medical Society. There's a real issue with statewide medical insurance. I'm not talking about the federal, but the reason we're losing doctors and the reason we can't sustain the medical quality that we have and want to build upon is because of the compensation through insurance. And we have enough insurance providers here. That conversation needs to take place. Maybe it's not at our level, but we need to have a conversation with or about or including those in the private insurance, medical insurance area. Because until we fix that, we are not going to keep our doctors, we are not going to appeal to doctors, and we've heard that time and again, and we've heard it even from bigger, larger groups, clinics, and universities.
And she's not talking Medicare, she's talking private insurance.
The private insurance, yeah, the networks and
Where
all the
the insurance network here in Nevada is killing us, because the doctors who are great doctors get paid more in California, get paid more from private insurance in Utah than they get paid in Nevada. And that's a killer.
Thank you. Anything else? Excellent. That was really good.
We add one more word, quality medical care. Quality, the big word quality, not just medical care.
Just put quality on all of them.
Quality health care would be perfect.
There you go.
I love that. Thank you. That was really well timed. If I had like an M&M, I would give you all one.
Betsy's getting peanuts, I'm getting M&Ms.
Next, we've got arts and culture, and then downtown core after that. So arts and culture. What are the things, 2 or 3 things that if we could do with excellence would put us on the right trajectory to become our community future?
I truly believe, Mayor, through you, that we're on pace already. Number one, going back to, for example, the Neon Boneyard, as far as the restoration and the refabrication of our iconic signs that mean a lot to Las Vegas. In addition to that, we've, just as of within the last couple of years, brought on the Mob Museum from an entertainment, cultural standpoint, the entire cultural corridor, as far as bringing the Las Vegas inside of the Reed Whipple, the Shakespeare. Thank you. The Shakespeare, Las Vegas Shakespeare Company inside of the corridor to include the Arts District, and the Smith Performing Arts Center, which is, of course, the granddaddy of it all, if you will. And so, we are most definitely doing a lot of great things. Interacting very well with our arts community on all genres. We're really supporting our cultural arts centers in our respective districts, and then the public art that you see not only inside of City Hall, but the public art on the roadways and inside of our parks. And so I think that we are most definitely on the road, on the right path in that respect. And of course, we can do more, and I believe in time we will continue to do more. But I would say that train has left the station, and that that all we must do now is just stay the course.
Okay. So stay the course is not a strategic planning lecture. We're going to
Just continue full steam ahead.
No one should go backwards. We begin with that presumption. Okay. Anything to add?
I wouldn't have anything additional to add, just basically continuing to embrace the variety of arts and cultures that are introduced to our community.
I also hear you say that we planted a bunch of seeds already and there's going to be some harvest yet to enjoy.
Three things. One is the film industry and fashion industry, and then ethnic centers, because we have the wonderful Chinese town center in the county, but to do that in the different cultural centers of our community, certainly in the African American community, even though we're well integrated around the Southern Nevada, also the Spanish speaking community. We have great opportunity there, which is culture and art, to bring that to a presence here in Southern Nevada.
Thank you. Anything else?
One comment that the Secretary said about the racial issues in San Antonio, that there is none. And I thought that very important because I view Las Vegas that way. I view us as like the melting pot of the world. We want every nationality, everyone to be able to come to Las Vegas and feel safe and enjoy themselves and have a good time, get an education. So I don't know, I mean, maybe that's only a personal thing for me, but I think that should be a priority for us as a city in regards to, there's no racial issues will exist in the city of Las Vegas. I'm a big supporter of that. I think we're very diverse. We want to continue down that pathway. We're already there, I think, in a lot of perspectives, but I'd hate for anybody to think the city of Las Vegas wasn't a welcoming, diverse community.
And I think in your vision, several of you actually really specifically call that out, a culturally diverse community. And I heard several of you, so that is it's a value that is clearly shared by all of you, right? Greeks included. Especially Greeks included. Especially Mayor Pro Tem Greeks included.
Right.
I believe that diverse arts and culture is a product of economic diversification and vitality.
I think I already know what your favorite might be here, which is good. Anything else?
We have Miss
Nancy.
Ms. Diener. Ms. Diener.
Any questions? Nancy Diener.
What are your thoughts? What are we missing, Ms. Diener?
No, I think I love when you said stay the course. We've made great strides in arts and culture. We have made tremendous strides, and we could stay the course because they're hugely important to the downtown core and the whole city. And if I could really quickly, I'm just going to say this little soundbite, 103.8 million total annual economic dollars is generated by arts and culture downtown. 1,038 jobs with $35.6 million in payroll, $2.9 million in tax revenue to state and local governments, and 1.2 million visitors come downtown because of arts and culture.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And congratulations for what you do.
Thank you to all of you.
And one more thing, though, Ms. Diener, you are a product of the Clark County School District, am I correct?
Correct.
See how good we are?
Yeah. There's strong endorsements in this building. Thank you, and thank you. Anything else to add? Going. Last topic, downtown core. Downtown core. What are the several 2 or 3 things that if we did with excellence would move us closer to being the community of...
Do we have to answer that visionary question, or what is the vision of the downtown core?
Well, I think so. I think this is where that one gets forced.
So I'd love to hear, from our conversation.
I truly believe that everything that we talked about today, once again, and I don't mean to continue to harbor on this, but when I mentioned all roads lead to downtown, it was broken up to mean a lot of different things. Everything that we discussed today in on the vision board, it really centered around downtown. Everything. So when you talk about the downtown core, everything that has been created, all of the seeds that were planted from day one, has been a part of the rebuild and the redesign and the retooling of downtown. I shared with you in my office that in 1999, when I started with the City of Las Vegas as a staff person, one of the assignments was for me to work with the Weed and Seed program. And looking back on it retrospectively, everyone, to include the Department of Justice, wondered if, in fact, the movement of the Weed and Seed, meaning to go in and eradicate all of the ills of the in and around the downtown and all of the negative activities that Mayor Pro Tem mentioned that he worked on when he was out on the beat, those dollars, looking back, did not go to waste, because I worked with the Downtown Area Command, working with the business, the Downtown Business Alliance, when they first started to form out of Weed and Seed. And to now look back at it in the rearview mirror and realize that all of the hard work and the cleaning up and the repurposing of those buildings, and through the efforts of the mayor and council, and of course I have to, I always have to give a plug to Scott Adams in relation to the idea of what downtown East could look like. I remember when he was talking about the repurposing of downtown East, and now you look at it today, and it's a vibrant, active corridor that has connected Fremont Street, the Fremont Street experience, and have basically elongated it, if you will, to whereas now my colleague who was in here, Councilman Coffin, he's talking about pushing it even further down to Eastern on Fremont. And the vision of this council that has come in and basically put its money and resources in the attempt to push it further down East Fremont with the palm trees, the neon lights, the improvement of the streets, the bike lanes that exceed beyond 6th and 7th Street. And now you have private developments through, of course, Tony Shea and others who have basically, bought into the vision of what the downtown core should and could be like. And so that's where that public-private partnership has taken off, and we're evolving into, a beautiful epic center that we, of course, Mayor, coming back to why we're here today, right? Do we want to be that family-oriented or that Bourbon Street, right? And so this is that now pivotal time period as to, what side of the track do we need and want to stand on to continue to move the train forward. Thank you.
On that topic, thank you for that segue. On page, I think it's page 5, that's in the handout. It's a city work effort, page 5. It says summary of all of the extraordinary things that are already happening downtown. So the city manager is genius as always. So here's the suggestion. She said, there's so much that's going on, but rather than kind of put down and affirm everything we're doing, let's approach it another way. My question is there anything that you're currently not doing that you want to be doing downtown?
Well, I think there's a big question that's coming up during votes.
Yeah.
That I think the mayor...
Well, and then, yes, because the question that she raised, you ready to take it on right now?
Yes.
Okay. Everything that you said is correct. And I will tell you that as a resident, I get regularly confused. So I bring my teenagers down because it's art that I want to experience. And then I'm not quite sure how to manage the very adult-like activity that's taking place right there. It's awkward. It is confusing, I think, to extend an invitation to the world that is a tourism invitation and then say, but wait, you can't play like we promised you in all the advertising.
That's great.
Exactly. So I do think that there's really an important clarity that when you articulate it is going to really provide clarity to the rest of us. And it doesn't matter where you land. What matters is that you land, right? And I heard you say, Mayor Pro Tem, earlier, place-based...
Time, place, and manner.
Time, place, or manner. And so it was fascinating to me that you used that phrase, time, place, or manner. That's how you navigate, right? So the answer, as I heard it, is when it comes to this question of is it Main Street or Bourbon Street, you make sense of it. You divide that answer by place, space, or manner, right? So can we add that clarity into the town square so that all of us know it? right? What does that mean? Are there districts? So are there places where you want to say, this is where the best of all you know, Globe, about Las Vegas, you can come and enjoy it. And then when you come over here, so in this area, and I'm going to make it up, maybe it's the museum corridor, right? It's a different experience there. And so families, you can reliably come and have a family experience without putting me in the position of a parent, as a parent to have to manage the two. And so I don't know the answer. It has come up for you as a source of confusion. And if it exists as a source of confusion for the 7 of you, guess what? It's certainly confusing the heck out of the rest of us.
That's correct.
Right. So Betsy, do you have anything?
No, I was just going to say, and you know, this kind of folds into a lot of the conversations that we've had about kids, alcohol,
That's it.
packaged liquor.
That's right.
All of it really does come right back to this time, place, and manner
Curfew.
kind of conversation. And I know that I just talked with Karen and Flynn last week, 2 weeks, I don't know, last couple of weeks. And so they may want to come up and talk a little bit about this, not to put you on the spot, but you know, one of the things we're trying to do is respond to a couple of different things that have been happening. We had a huge downtown stakeholders series of meetings. I believe the mayor mentioned this. And we've been trying to work with the city attorney's office to respond to what we thought we heard in those meetings and what we think we hear from you. But really, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to having potentially new alcohol ordinances. I think we've addressed a good bit of the kids stuff, but we're still dealing with 18 plus types of issues and maybe the preteen or teenager kind of timeframes as well. But a lot of it comes down to putting together a framework for you all to actually work through. So I think, as Councilman Barlow mentioned in one of our earlier discussions about this, is that we're not making incremental decisions that then erode the overall vision for the downtown. And I think that's what you're saying, Mayor. So maybe one of the things we could do is talk for a moment about what these guys have been working on, just so you know what we're working on. But as far as your priority of the downtown core, this is going to be critical, I think, for where we go next. As I mentioned to Puno a few minutes ago, it'd be nice to know from you all if we got pretty good scores in the survey, for instance. We exceeded expectations on downtown redevelopment in the survey. Maybe we surprised everybody. I'm not really sure. I don't know if we're done in your eyes, but I also don't know. I might have some ideas, but I'm not sure what that next order of magnitude means to you. So what's missing downtown? Is it housing? Is it a big next major project, capital project? Is it infrastructure development, that mobility issue that Councilman Anthony brought up earlier and Councilman Barlow brought up earlier? What is that next big play downtown? What's missing that we don't have right now? We know we've got a regulatory framework that we need to develop based on the kinds of businesses that are showing up downtown, but we really need to know the what's next. What makes downtown go to that next level in your eyes as a result of this conversation as well. So you might want to think about it on those two fronts. How do we manage what we're getting in the way of businesses and those competing time, place, and manner issues related to alcohol and kids? But also, from a city perspective, what are we missing downtown that makes a downtown great?
Well, this is parks.
So, and Bill may be able to help frame up some of that, and possibly Mike and Dave can kick in from a public works standpoint as necessary. So Karen and Flynn, maybe you guys could just do a quick update on where we are on the regulatory framework.
In the cultural corridor, we have the
one of the
ability
things that
to
we've
do
been
these
hearing
things.
from City
So
Council over our last several briefings is the fact that we want downtown to be available for adults, and we also want it to be available for families. So what we need to do is we need to have regulations in place that can accommodate both of those groups. This is kind of a prelude to Karen's briefing that we'll have with you all tomorrow relative to the direction
cultural corridor
of the regulation. Karen, if I don't know if you want to give just a brief summary.
Would be the perfect family zone.
What we've tried to do since the presentation I gave to the City Council is get down to some detail on some of the tasks that you gave us, which was to look at our overall alcohol regulations, look at some of those time frames, allowing businesses that might change from a daytime use to an evening use, how we might put that into our codes. Look at the saturation. As we know, we've seen a lot of liquor licenses come downtown. We're seeing a lot of new uses that this community has never contemplated before with liquor, and how we might accommodate those. For us, that struggle truly comes down to that vision that is yours, and in what areas things are appropriate and what areas they are not, for some of that predictability. The downtown stakeholders came up with a really a long list of ideas for the Fremont Street area, where we would have an open consumption zone, where we would draw some lines basically on what the alcohol rules were within that district and what they were outside of that district. So there was some predictability, some signage, both the businesses knew what the rules were and that they were easily communicated and understood by the average tourist. And that in that corridor is really something that I believe we have to think really carefully about from a regulator's perspective, is making sure that when we have that influx of tourists, that those rules are easily understood. And in other areas where we've got a community, it is maybe look at something a little different in those areas. So we're putting those together for you for your consideration. At this point, like I said, what we really need to know is what target are we aiming for? We try to write rules that enact your vision.
Thank you, because I really think that's the crux of it, and we have had discussion. And I do recall on several occasions saying, wait for our retreat and our strategic planning to bring this out and voice your comments, and so we know the direction specifically for that. So thank you. And Bill?
Specific to the liquor issue, I think Karen and Flynn touched on it, but I would just add that, I'm sorry, for the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. I would add that the business community is grappling with the same issue. So there are a lot of fierce conversations going on in the community right now. I'd also add that the relationship between the city and all the businesses on Fremont Street are very important, and our agreement with Fremont Street Experience is up in less than a year and a half, where we have to discuss the future of Fremont Street.
That's great.
So this is a big issue. It's bigger than just city government, and it's an important issue for business.
When is it up?
When is it up, Bill?
July of 2015.
Next year. Mayor.
Could I just ask one
sorry.
question? Somebody's ringing.
I'm sorry, I turned it on.
Okay. When you said that the business sector is in dialogue on this, is there a feeling one way, or were you able to glean anything? Was there a feeling one way or the other? Are they pretty split, or are they just looking at the dollars?
Well, I'd even characterize it more than just a split. I think you have a lot of communities of interest with a lot of different perspectives. So you have the older properties on Fremont Street, you have the smaller venues on Fremont East in the entertainment district, you have new businesses coming into downtown. They're looking at it differently. You have families coming into downtown that maybe hadn't been for a while. So a lot of different perspectives. So I think it's a little bit more complex than just one view versus another. The businesses on Fremont may have characterized it that way, but I think it's more complex, as Karen alluded to.
Because it's probably now we have the time where families are moving, or at least with one child, down into our apartment buildings. And so how do they figure in when you have a child and there are restrictions as you go?
One of the things I may just share procedurally, these guys are working on draft ordinances with Brian and Brad and the crew in the city attorney's office. One of the things that Val Steed told me last week is that we will have to go through a business impact process as it relates to those, which requires notification in the community, oftentimes results in a series of community conversations with impacted industries and people who are in those communities of interest. I think a lot of this discussion about the time, place, and manner pieces of the puzzle as a result of having draft ordinances out there are going to come to a head very quickly. You've got a moratorium expiring in mid-May regarding packaged liquor. So time is of the essence in moving some of these conversations forward in the community and back to council in order for us to meet with your expectations of putting on that moratorium, for instance. So we're trying to back into that time frame, and hopefully we'll be able to bring some more detailed information, Mayor, like that you're asking about. Where is the business community? What do they have to say? That's a natural byproduct of that business impact statement process. So we will have more information when we have concrete proposals out there where we can share their response.
Thank you.
Mayor? I believe, I'm not sure which one of my colleagues asked the question or made the statement that we can be both, as far as family and adult. I believe it was Mayor Pro Tem that mentioned, or maybe Councilman Ross mentioned, we can be both. I believe that we can be both. I believe that there has to be a clear line drawn of distinction to separate the two in order to protect our tourists and our families, to include, of course, those young people in our downtown. I've mentioned this before in the council in relation to what we've done in our parks, in relation to the separation rules, being able to, having the opportunity to now take out permits in order to bring liquor into our parks, right? Those were initiatives that this council brought forth. Why? To protect our family and our youth. In addition to that, there was a conversation in relation to Fremont Street, and the business owners on Fremont Street brought to us the issue that they were having in relation to underage drinking in downtown. So they asked us to implement an ordinance, in which we did, in order to establish a curfew. Why? To separate the adult from the youth. Secondly, there was another initiative that was brought forth by the East Fremont Tavern folks, if you will, to include the container part in relation to, should we allow for more liquor and alcohol to be adjacent to their themed slides and family-oriented theme of what's taking place inside of the container park, for lack of a better term. However, those lines are gray in relation to what we've done in the past, to how we've moved forward to address that family-adult separation piece. I believe that we have an opportunity to separate the two by taking advantage of the assets that we currently have inside of the cultural corridor. Currently inside of the cultural corridor, we have the Cashman Field Center.
I apologize. 4 seconds.
I'll do it in 4 seconds. Plus 4. The Cashman Field, Las Vegas Natural History Museum, the library, the Neon Boneyard, the Mormon Fort, just to name a few. But to include, for example, because you asked also what's missing, what if we have an opportunity to include a bowling center or a movie theater or some type of mall shopping element in that cultural corridor piece? Now we can systematically draw a line of distinction in relation to saying this is the cultural corridor tied into the Mob Museum on out to the Smith Performing Arts Center, as far as where the youth will have an opportunity to really be engaged and be in our downtown, which is still connected to the adult, but at the same time separate. And so I'll just stop there just for an opportunity for us to mill on the opportunity of creating what we've created as far as the downtown, the East Fremont district, but basically create that cultural corridor and make that our family-oriented segment of the community. And I believe Councilman Ross, maybe 6 or 10 months ago, alluded to that. And so having to bring that conversation forward, I think we have an opportunity to actually play on both sides of the fence. Thank you.
That is a perfect segue. So we have clearly, to me, decided that we will deliver clarity on this question of where kids are and where adults are. Yes? So that we got. We're going to trust the staff to bring back something that contemplates time, place, manner, alcohol age restriction areas. Good? So that's how we're going to address that. So thank you, because you raised the issue this morning.
Bless you.
You're comfortable?
Are you comfortable with that?
And you're
I do
comfortable
want to
with
make sure the council,
Yeah, that's
because
the
I know
key.
this is a very big passion of hers, And so if we can blend them, does that work? Does
that
it not work?
If we can
Or-
blend them, yes. I think
Well, the
it
idea is not if. The idea is, I
We
think what
will.
I'm hearing is complete agreement that we can. It's the devil's in the details.
does. Say, we will then.
We will. So as a way, as a
I get a cookie
process,
for that.
are you
Okay.
comfortable having staff sort of flesh out the how it will?
Yes, I'm comfortable with staff.
Yeah,
All of
that's
you are
exactly
too?
what I said.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Now, what I
No, they have it perfect.
Councilman Barlow, what I then, thank you for the segue, the next thing we want to go to is, we're doing a lot in downtown. And you listed us, that was a beautiful list. I don't know if that was alpha order or based on syllables, I'm not sure, but it was a good list. The question becomes though, what's missing? What do we want to get done in the next 2 to 5 years that if we did with excellence, would move us closer to our community of the future, right? So what I just heard you is retail entertainment. Is there anything else?
You gotta have housing.
Housing.
We are really shy on housing, affordable housing, and other housing and offices as appropriate, which was, staff knows about that more than I think they would have the details.
Okay. Anything else?
I think part of that is you have to remove reasons for people not wanting to come downtown. Because there's still a little bit of perception, you know, it's a pain to park down there, you know, I don't know how safe it is, you know, there's
Do we have parking?
homeless people walking around, that makes me uncomfortable, so you have to create reasons for people to want to come downtown, but you have to remove those reasons in people's minds that, you know, I'm not going downtown because of X.
So would it be fair, Mayor Pro Tem, that if, excuse me, when we create retail and entertainment with excellence, when we get completely clear with the community about the time, place, manner, and how the invitation and where the invitation is extended to families and where it's extended to others, would that not naturally change the perception?
It's true.
Well, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, okay.
I mean, you're talking about bowling. I mean, I think that'd be great to have bowling downtown, but if it's easier to go to the Suncoast and go bowling than it is to come downtown, you're gonna go to the Suncoast.
So that by
You know,
itself
so
should be
you have to create reasons for, take reasons out of people's minds for, so
Well,
they
what you
can,
do,
I'm going
you create
downtown
enough
to go
capacity
bowling, you know?
downtown.
Just a real quick observation. I'm having Maggie check this. But when you actually look at the citizen survey, we had really high marks on downtown and people not feeling worried about downtown, except for Summerlin in Ward 2. It's amazing.
Okay. All right, as long as we're.
I'm just saying, I think we can do that, but we
may.
may be able to be very focused on how we approach that versus a blanket message.
There's no doubt in my mind that you're going to nail that how, because the how's always easy. It's the what that's hard, right?
And the parking, he mentioned parking, please put that down there,
Parking.
because I hear that so often about, oh, you did, okay. People not wanting to come because of parking.
I was just fondly remembering the bowling lanes at the top of Neonopolis.
Yeah?
Could I,
Is underneath that, how well did that work for us the first time? Observation?
Or the great theater at the Neonopolis, they had a good theater.
if I could add, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but down under retail, we have a lot of little boutique type things. What we don't have, I know at the premium outlets, they're getting Saks off of Fifth, but I'm talking in the downtown core, maybe some type of anchor, like, I don't care if it's Gap or Banana. We've got a new entity coming in at CIM, and of course, for all of us who are downtown, it forever goes on, a grocery store. And the accoutrements, the family living, such as a cleaners and hair boutique and all those other things, but mostly the anchor grocery and the anchor retail shop.
Okay. So if we could do a few things with excellence and relative downtown.
Bless you.
Just a lot of people sneezing. Stop it, do this, I'll do better doing this, on behalf of the rest of us. We could do a couple things with excellence. What I'm hearing is a whole bunch of cool and imperative kinds of opportunities related to the retail and the entertainment offerings, yes?
That's great.
And then some of the other key infrastructure to be the community of our future. We need offices, we need residential, like places where people can live. It probably at some point ties pretty easily back to the connectability, the livability, walkability that
That's
we talked
right.
about in transportation.
The intermodal
so
transportation.
That's the place you're dreaming of, right? And these would be the couple of things that if we could do with excellence in the next few years would put us a big step closer to becoming the community of our future.
That's correct.
Awesome. Is there anything else?
On that?
Yeah, on this one?
No.
Okay.
I just have one thing.
Of course.
One of the things that I often hear from downtown residents or from residents in general about what downtown is missing is a large central park or green space.
Oh yeah, I do have park. I missed that on my list. You're
Our
right.
department is being chastised about
Yeah.
that for
You're
not
the guys that
planning
we get
for
to
one.
blame.
Exactly.
No, it
exactly.
makes it so convenient now.
And did we not try that opposite the
Yeah.
old city hall and the
Yeah.
accoutrements? I know they'd love to do it. Everybody wants a park, a Central Park, a Fairmount Park. We have issues. And how do you handle those issues? That might be something to see if it exists
And we
somewhere.
don't need to answer it today, right? We don't need to answer
That's
the how.
great. Absolutely great. Park.
But yeah, so some kind of
That
green
can be a part of a
space,
master
kind of
plan.
Square
Yeah, the
place,
master plan.
place to be with people and residents and community and neighbors place. I got it. Anything else?
Just remember one other thing, the Downtown Alliance is one of our partners, is working very hard on putting together Business Improvement District. We're putting together a new downtown plan, and we are working on a downtown economic development strategy. So I know those are very probably bureaucratic things potentially, but they're mechanisms to get all the pieces on the playing board the way they need to be to make some of this stuff happen. So, does this cover what you want to see downtown? So 5 years from now, 6, 7 years, 10 years from now, you'll be happy with downtown if we just do these things.
And adding in Flynn's Park.
I put it up at the top, park and green space.
And having his
Great.
car.
I just had to jam it in, sorry.
Betsy?
To get on one sheet. Bill?
Betsy, for the record, Bill Arndt, Flynn got his one in, jab in, so I'm going to get mine in. I think all these are on our list every time we go through this exercise. But the one we also come back to is higher education and having an increased presence of higher ed in downtown. We certainly love having CSN in City Hall, but having a permanent presence for higher ed in downtown, we think is really important.
Absolutely.
Anyone else want to get a gratuitous shot in as well? Go on. No, that was good. And as we excel in research, we could end up down there.
Yeah.
Okay, Betsy, anything else on here? I love this place that you are building. As a citizen, as a resident, I love this vision that you are creating.
I do have a question moving forward.
Of course.
Betsy or Poonam, how do you plan to wrap this up and deliver this back to the council in some plan of action form so that we can at least have something that we can follow as we move forward in our respective wards looking to do some of these things when in fact we have an opportunity to meet with developers or work with the Economic and Urban Development Department as it relates to some of the infill projects that exist, for example, in my district. You know, that we can, just going back to your point, Betsy, the low-hanging fruit opportunities.
1.5 steps ahead. Can we address that after we get the one step?
Sure.
You mind tracking with us? Okay. Can you see these from where you sit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, are
Yeah,
we
we'll
through
actually
with
read
all
them.
of our input now?
You are done.
Well, can I
Yes.
just ask a question?
Of
On
course
our
you
first page here of the city council retreat, it said, it has down here, economic development outside the downtown area. Now, we did talk about the medical center, but did we talk about anything else outside the downtown area?
Well, this was the first one. Pardon me.
Can you
I
read it out
apologize.
loud, Betsy?
This is the one, this may need a little work, to be honest with you, because what I did is I used this as an example, and I plucked the words from your vision statements.
Right.
Okay,
So I'll read it out loud. I just had as a header, economic
Technology.
diversification and opportunities, because.
and you're not talking about just downtown, you're talking about throughout the
Across.
whole city?
Right.
Okay.
This is
I
a
got
whole
it.
city kind of thing.
Okay, I'm fine,
So-
Betsy, you don't have to read it out
Okay.
loud. Thank you.
You remember we
So,
talked about
we weren't
some of
really
the
clear
open
about that
spaces
one,
and the tech centers in all the wards that we
Yes,
can
yes.
really spread it
So-
out
Yes.
to create
The
town centers.
7 topics, and it was actually, thank you for double checking our 7. So those are the strategic priorities, right? So those strategic priorities are represented here on 7 sheets of paper. And I've taken them, they're not maybe termed the same way as you see them on your sheet, but they correspond to those 7. Each of these is a 7 strategic priority area. So the first thing we need to look at is to, now that we've defined a little bit better and we understand what we mean, do they all feel like strategic imperatives? Because sometimes what happens is when we get into this discussion, and I'll make an observation, is I look at arts and culture, and you've got film industry, fashion industry, and ethnic centers. That's what we came to conclude we meant by arts and culture. And there may be a strong argument that says, you know what, that's not really an arts and culture strategic priority. Why don't we take these and place them into economic diversification? Sure. Just a thought, right? Sure. It's up to you. So that would be one that I would observe. As I look at these, I'm like, I think Betsy noticed that. So that is an
But
option.
maybe they work twice, because I know we have so many groups that are really interested in preserving their culture and sharing it with the total community. Maybe it works through arts and culture as well as economic development.
One thing I
Whatever.
would suggest is, let's not forget that we have 17 departments that have each defined missions. And so you've got a fire department that has a defined mission that's operating at a 96% approval rating. Pretty good. You guys have said, for instance, that there's a lot of good things going on in arts and culture, so stay the course. So by not, if you choose other priorities, it doesn't mean we're going to stop doing what we're doing well. Okay, so my point is that some of these things are important and they are going to feed to others, but one of the key things that's important for us to know from you are what are the top 3 things, really? Yeah, I mean, just leave them. I mean, we don't have to collapse them necessarily.
The only reason I'm saying it, Betsy, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I know we're running over 3 o'clock already, is that people that have come to the City Hall to talk with us about the fashion industry are very earnest. They do overlap art. They absolutely, they're into design, they're into, jewelry, and they're into so many different facets that overlap. And they are also an economic motor that's out there. So that was the only reason.
Let's leave it up there, because I think there's enough lack of, sometimes when it's a complete crystal clarity and we all share it, we'll just do it. This one I'm not sure there is, so we'll leave it up as 7. So I gave you 3 Post-it notes. Did you lose yours? There they are. You've got 3 Post-it notes on these little itty squares. So peel them apart so you've got actually 3 in front of you. I'm going to do another one. What's that? You don't like 4, sorry. Then we might end up with 4. So here's what I want you to do. And on one of them, I want you to write big, right in the center, the number 1. On the second Post-it, big, the number 2. And I know you're all really smart, so you've already done the 3rd one, haven't you? Yeah. Now, this is the get up and move a little portion. Here are your 7 priorities. And you have defined them in a way that you all agree you mean them, right? Now I'm going to go up there, and of all of those 7, the one that for you feels like the most important, I want you to go take that Post-it that has the number 3 on it and put it right on that sheet of paper.
That's most important?
Most important. The
Put
one
number
that is
3?
most important
She
to
wants
you,
us to think
I want you to take the Post-it that has the number 3 on it and walk up and put it on your thing.
Could you please? I'm stuck to my chair.
For safety. So this goes on.
We're doing, you're doing 3 or 1?
The first one, no, the first one.
Your first one.
I gave you
Last
1, I
day.
didn't listen.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem's a Mayor Pro Tem for a reason, he listens.
Number 3. So this one goes on this one?
This, my number 1's this one, my number 2, and my number 3.
Which is your
Number 1 priority?
This one. Oh, I gave you a bad pen. Here.
Okay, so you've taken your number 3, the Post-it that has the number 3 on it, and you've stuck it onto the sheet that for you. No, we did that.
Next 2 on 1.
There's 1.
Your highest priority.
Your highest priority is supposed to be 3?
Yeah, that's what you told us. It makes.
Poonem
That makes, how can your highest priority be a 3?
Stay with me. Your highest priority.
Number's gonna add them up. How
Your-
smart.
Now, what's the next one?
Yeah, your second highest priority earns the number 2.
Okay, she's adding up. all
And
the
your
numbers.
third priority earns the number 1. I know, it's completely moving your cheese, and you're like, ew, that's itchy. How can that be? Trust me. Trust me. You did all the hard work. This is the easy stuff. And they're all
Oh, my
itchy.
God.
I will give you some lotion and a hug later.
Betsy, we
Highest
always need
priority-
you.
Highest priority
We
earns-
always need you because you always get it. All of it. You get it all. I thought she lost it after this hour of the day. Did you get 4?
No, she only gave me 3, and I wanted 1s on all of them.
So everyone's done that?
Or
The
threes
highest
all.
priority earned, the highest priority sheet up there contains your post-it with the number 3 on it, yes? Your second highest priority has on it your post-it with the number 2. And your third highest priority would have, you placed your post-it with the number 1. Number 10, will you help me? Yeah, just like a double check, so you're my auditor, right? So 3 plus 2 is 5.
This is dead, this one, by the way.
It's dead? Okay, you never want a dead pin, right? What did you put down?
You know me, safety first, healthcare second, education third. What difference does education mean if you have no safe community?
But I put
and no
economic
healthcare?
because that's where they put the medical thing, and if you have the medical
All right.
thing good, I think you're going to lose health all
That's
over.
good.
So,
Well, let's see where we got, this is fair.
here's the amazing part, for as different as we all are, right?
Okay.
And as much as we talk about what we think we all mean the same way, here is, I'm simply reflecting back at you what you have.
Other side, 2 put them.
Sorry?
Is there some on the other side?
This is a, this is a vote for sustainable government.
Oh. And so let's
That's
honor
Betsy's.
that.
That's Betsy's.
No, that's
That's why
weird.
Jan 3.
So here's what we've got.
And economic diversification is skewed because Councilman Durst put 2 stickies up.
And that's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay. So here's what you end up with. And even if we level set for the cheating, even if we level set for that, it wouldn't change the outcome, right?
Okay.
So here's here's reflected back at you, what you have conveyed to us that you believe
Can you put it on the board?
today.
So we can see
Sure,
it?
sure. Yeah, do you mind? So your highest priority, by far, the end, is economic diversification and opportunities. And all day long, you've been saying the same thing in slightly different ways. I've heard some of you say jobs, jobs, jobs. I've had one of you with a beautiful green tie, tying everything right back to economic development. And so guess what? You were saying it using different words. Your intention and your commitment to that notion as a leader is the same, by far. Very close behind it, public safety, law enforcement. Collectively, that is what you believe. Third priority, and now that's like, those are 1, 2 above all others, because they're in like a band of their own, right? Because they've got double digits. Now you figured out what I did, I just added up your post-it. So you all got freaked out about the 3. That's why, because it showed me how strongly you felt about it. So that one earned 14 points. Public safety earned 10. So those are 2 double-digit responses. You mean that with an oomph. There's a heft to your commitment. The other 2, right behind it, almost dead even. 5, transportation. Earned 5. It's your third priority. Very close. A hair difference, education, 4. Right? And then you jump a couple to quality healthcare, and then 0, not because it's not a priority. This is not about unimportance, right? It is about standing and believing in something and declaring to be excellent at it. And the reality is, all things are important, I can only excel at a handful. And so what you have said is all of these things are critically important. You heard it from 150 people at our first strategic planning session, you've affirmed it in one-on-one meetings, your constituents tell you, and yet what you believe is that if we are excellent in these two things and nothing else, we would be much closer to the community of the future that we're going to.
You know the irony in all of this
Tell me the irony in all of this.
is that we all believe that we have to improve our education system, and it's still at the bottom.
Well, here's...
Near the bottom.
Yeah, it is interesting, and I don't know what to make of it.
Isn't that interesting?
Except to say that if we can be excellent at something, I could make a strong argument, and I think Mayor Pro Tem was about to try maybe, that if we do this with excellence, the demand for educational results is going to be completely different. And they may, there's an argument to be made that demand changes the supply, right?
I think part of it is, we can talk all day about education, but we don't have any impact on education, so,
And again,
is that a correct statement?
It depends on what role you want to play. If you want to use your public voice to change that system, to have a better impact on our city and our community, you're not in control, but you have an ability to influence it.
Get this
But
microphone.
we can't vote to make public policy, education decisions. That's all on other people. So I think that's one of the reasons why it may be low. So maybe we need to change that and get more public policy into educational issues.
Got it. Well, I would just look at it a little bit differently than the way Councilman Barlow reflected it. You had 8 things that actually got votes. And so education made your top 4. If you look at it a little bit differently, I wouldn't necessarily look at it last because there were other categories that got no support that were part of the first discussion earlier today, that were part of the conversation that happened 3 weeks ago, that through this process, you've just actually elevated 3 or 4 that you feel are most important for now, for our city to move us forward.
So the question is the glass half empty or half full?
I think you had the glass half empty and I had it half full.
Right.
And it needs to stay half full. And I say that because these are the priorities that came out of our last session, and they have to be flexible enough to bend. I don't want everybody to be stuck on this, and this is it, and I think you hit it on the head. Now is the key word in this meeting. Those are still, everything on that wall is important to all of us as a city, I believe. These just happen to make that top ranking. Education is not any less as important as transportation. It's still up there in the top group of things that we recognize we need for job creation and for economic diversification and employment opportunities.
And how, at the end of the day, the only thing you control is how you look at it, right? The only thing
You didn't bring your book?
No, I did. I laid my book here
your
before I went to bed.
perspective. So here's another way to look at it, right?
you know what?
This
Robin
could be a
has
list
it.
of 6,000.
Robin has it.
And you
Yeah.
cut it down to your top 4. So that's focus. That's like laser focus. That's what it takes. Secretary talked about it this morning. It's about intentionality. It's about perseverance. It's about not changing the vision or the kind of, the beacon over 10 and 20 and 30 years. So this gives you those kinds of rails, right? These are big. And what's amazing is that you're like much more in alignment, and there's a clarity here that's pretty cool, right? And remember how the whole thing began. So Betsy, anything that we're ready to, are you guys ready to be like done for the day? So we're just going to.
Do we do something in a motion? Do we say we're done for the day, or do you want a motion of support for? And we thank you, Poonam, as always, and everybody.
Beverly, we posted for action, right? Okay, so Mayor, if you want to, you can take a motion to identify these as the top 4 priorities for the city going forward, and then direct staff to do these 2 things. Request a joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners regarding funding for the police department and service levels, and bring together stakeholder groups in these 4 priority areas.
Okay, Mayor, I just had a quick question. We've had this meeting. This is our second meeting of this retreat. We've come to this point. what do we do now with that information? I don't want to have a meeting to have a meeting. What do we do now? What's the action plan? Where's the how? And I can fill in the blanks. But I say that for the public's benefit and for the council's benefit.
So what would be next is part of what your direction would be to assemble these groups to fully explore these 4 areas to build kind of a community collaborative along these 4 areas. We then build a plan, an action plan around that. We use this to begin to drive budget recommendations to you. Any discretionary resources, we begin to use them in these areas. That's how it starts to get operationalized. We have to put meat on these bones, okay? Because we've got 5 or 6 bullet points in each of these areas. So we have a lot of work to do. We need to do it with the community. And so if you direct that you've selected these 4, you want us to do these 2 things, and we will bring back a final plan to you that would incorporate some of those key steps we have to take in each of these 4 areas to make that jump shift, if you will, that we've been talking about. What makes a city great by focusing in on these 4 areas. Does that help, Councilman?
Totally.
Okay.
Here it comes.
What I'd like before the motion's made is to phrase it in such a way, because we do have a variety of opinions here, that of the collaboration at City Council, these were prioritized, though there are others, or however you want to say it. So it wasn't unanimous that 1 was number 1 and 4 was whatever. But
Well,
this was the
is
collaboration.
It's a collaborative process.
Correct.
But if there's something wrong on there right now that you don't agree with, this isn't it?
No. This is, I mean, to me, knowing everybody's, or listening to what they're feeling and where their preferences are, it was done in a very legitimate manner. And there were other considerations, and however it's stated, but it wasn't definitively, everybody said economic diversification and opportunities are the singular one first choice. Everybody is, I don't know how you phrase it in a motion.
You could say
so
through-
it's broader.
We'll make a motion.
Through a collaborative process?
Yes, through
Yeah,
a collaborative process,
That's
that's
a
it.
great word.
Okay,
And so the vote's going to be what the vote's going to be.
correct, through the collaborative process.
The following were,
is even more important for me to hear. Ready? So I'm going to ask you a question. Are these the 4 priorities that reflect what you believe?
Yes.
Are these the 4 priorities that reflect what you believe?
through a collaborative process, yes.
Are these the 4 priorities that
Exactly
reflect?
said as Councilwoman said, through the collaborative effort.
So you believe, and then we want to make sure that we're inclusive through the process of implementation. But these are what you believe. All I want to know is what
Collectively.
you believe.
Collectively, yes.
Okay. Do these reflect the things that you believe? Do these reflect the things that you believe?
Those are all my number 1 priorities for job.
But do these reflect what you believe?
No,
So say some more.
I already said some. Just said more all day. Those are not any one individual's things they believe. Those are the things that our collaborative process has
Thank you.
resulted in generating as the council's priorities.
And do they,
Yes.
so personal question, do they reflect what you believe?
No.
They don't. So are they close? Because how could they have been a collaborative process with you
Sustainable
in
local
it?
government's not even on the list, and that's my highest priority.
That's why he has a yellow sticker there.
Over
I
by
should put it
sustainable local
3.
government.
See, it's the collaborative effort, that's what it
But
speaks
that's
to.
got, but I'm still going to vote in favor of the motion.
But it's individual, collaboratively.
Correct.
I do that all the time here in the
Correct.
city council.
I would be a vote right with Councilman Beers. Those are not my priorities all. And I would, we are a very good group of collaborative, working together, respectful of each other. This is the collaborative vote. Will you buy into it? Yes.
And let me just say something else, because this might be worth clarifying, if not today, later. But there were several themes that came out of the first day. One was expand the brand. One was collaboration and regionalization. One was sustainability. What was the other one, Maggie? And technology. So the idea would be that we would be utilizing those themes as we go about implementation here. I don't know if that makes you feel any better, but we would be integrating those concepts in how we approach this.
I don't feel bad.
Okay. I didn't expect you to, but I just wanted to make sure we were connecting on that.
That's his happy, joyous self. I knew that. Yes, make a motion that, have you already done that?
Okay, but make sure you say the collaborative, please.
All right, let me see if I can get this right. I'll make a motion to accept the 7 strategic imperatives, and through a collaborative process, the council has identified the top 4 of those 7, which we will accept if you pass my motion, and include the other 2 up there about the joint meeting with the county commission over metro services and bring in stakeholder groups to address priority areas. That's my motion.
Should he state them or does he need to?
All right, you want to read those in, Mayor Pro Tem,
And
before?
the top 4 of the 7 are, number 1 is economic diversification and opportunities, number 2 is public safety and law enforcement, number 3 is transportation, number 4 is education.
Thank you. If there's a motion, I'll signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And do we want to go ahead into citizen participation? Or you want to wrap up yourself, Poonam, and thank you from all of us who are here today once again. Beautiful job.
I'm going to hug you. This has been a complete honor, so thank you. I am one of those people that looks from the outside and sees hope and possibility coming out of this organization right now that I've not seen, and I don't see it in other organizations. So on behalf of the bunch of us that you never hear from, because we're too busy living it to bother showing up or calling you, I apologize that we are that way, but we are. And there's something extraordinary and positive. And I never understand why those things are, and I know that they are. So thank you all for the dedication that you bring to this, for the diversity that you bring to this, for the character and the devotion that you bring to this. And this is very courageous, what you just did. For 2 days, 2 full days, with no net and no guarantee of where we're going to go, you went along. And that's exactly why you are the place that you are. So I am cheering for your success.
Thank you.
So I do have a couple of thoughts just to wrap it up. And I'm doing this not because I need to remember. I've got this thing, and I think I told you about it for those of you that were here last time, on my phone. It's an app. And the reason I check it every day, it is on here. It's called Time Alive. 19,430 is my marker today. And that actually counts the number of days that I've been alive. And the reason it matters to me is that the average life expectancy is 78.7 years in this country. And so I am smack 2/3 of the way through, almost exactly smack 2/3 of the way through. So if I were an hourglass, 2/3 of the grains of sand representing my entire life would be on the bottom, and only 1/3 of the grains of sand representing my entire life still remain. Today, I've got 19,430 days. And so every day when I wake up, I'm like, oh, another grain. And what is it that I can do? Because after all is said and done, an hourglass is just a fleeting moment. So it is in the actions we take. It is in the intentionality with which we take them. It is in the collaborative spirit and the collegiality with which we show up one to another that is the only source of those ripples that will create fruit and hope and possibilities for people generations, for people we'll never meet. So that is what I think you just did. And you'll never get to know how far the ripples of your actions go. You just don't get to know that. And you got to know that that happens. And so for me, spending my 19,430th day with you is a complete gift. So thank you. And if you can bring us home, Mighty Casey, you know what? Secretary Cisneros was going to leave at noon. And so it's completely incredible that like an American icon is in the house and has been here. So we've got 8 American icons in the house, but I just wonder if you would like to send us home for the afternoon.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate and to observe
This is a very impressive process. I've been involved in a lot of communities over the years in many capacities, and the act of prioritizing with a consensus as you've created is very, very impressive. It couldn't happen without a mayor and a city council who work together, like each other, respect each other. Congratulations on that. This couldn't have happened without Poonam as the moderator. She's already been acknowledged for her skills in moderation, and it couldn't happen without a city manager and staff who queue up the process and provide the metrics and provide the survey and all the rest to make it happen. So let me just say, I think this is a very hopeful sign for Las Vegas. The trick now is to focus, organize around these principles, stay with them for a long time, take them beyond the city government to include others so that there's continuity when your day as council members and elected officials passes and the torch must be passed to someone else, that they've been ingrained, that these are the priorities and the directions for the city. So, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us today.
It seems only fitting that you conclude school today.
I would be happy to do that. First of all, I have to tell you, with an hourglass that has more than its fair share in the bottom, the first thing I would tell you and tell everybody else, no matter your age, carpe diem, because I don't care what your hourglass looks like. Carpe diem for sure. But most importantly, thank you, staff. I know I speak on behalf of everybody sitting here, and absentee Councilman Coffin, who we know had gone to the memorial and the funeral for Jackie Gaughan. I have to say, and having watched and been in this town since 1964, which means August, 50 years, less than 100,000 people here at that time, nothing really of any merit down here in the core, except for watching young people drive up and down Fremont Street. The reality is, having watched so many city councils, I don't think there's ever been a better one. And the fact that we all voted for those priorities, even though we each have our own opinions, certainly is reflective of what you said, Poonam. This is a great group of people who very definitely, everyone's an individual, every one of them is very passionate, as am I, and yet we come to the right resolve. So we depend on our staff to make sure that we move the marble and move it and continue to move it. We now have a picture for bigger is better, and to keep harping on that. And so we have just voted in favor of these 4 initiatives, and to go ahead and get get us all together and move forward with an opportunity for the public to be involved. And I thank you all for continuing to stick with this strategic planning. And now that's enough for me, so I'm not going to give anybody else a chance to talk, because we said 3 and you made it at 3:32. So citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come forward, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Is there anyone who dares to come forward? Seriously, I think I'm being recorded. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? I see movement, but I think it's one of the staff from the Grand. And we thank the Grand, and we thank Sex Shore and everybody who's made today possible. And so, hearing none, this special City Council meeting is adjourned, and thank you all very, very much for attending.